Oh no, it's me. Hello.
Oh, so I'm good.
You're good? You're good? Yeah, we're good. We're both good. We're late.
Yeah. Usually it's your fault. I'm taking full credit this time. I had a long day at work. I clocked out a minute late, and I've always stood at the time clock ready to punch out. And me being a minute late it means I was actually doing some work. I had grease stains all over my arms. I had sweat all in my shirt, and I couldn't just sit down like normal straight off to work and do the show. So I was like, I need 5 minutes. Let me shower. Let me change clothes, and we're here. We're only 5 minutes late. Yeah. It's not bad. And
5 minutes
early.
late. It's good for us. 5 minutes late is
Yeah.
not really. Is that really late if it's only 5 minutes? I'd say
No,
no.
we could have held off starting for another 15 and still been fine, I think.
Absolutely. But how you been, mate? Anyway, all right. Did I time that really
Yeah,
bad?
yeah.
You expected
Yeah,
me to
no,
start
you're
talking
good.
and you started drinking. What are you drinking, firstly?
So I've got some rum, some 100 proof Captain Morgan rum,
Oh.
and Dr. Pepper for the mixer.
Very nice. I'm on the
Yeah.
Ricky Gervais's vodka and lemonade. But it's
And
going to have to go to tonic in a minute. I
wait,
can't be drinking lemonade.
you said it was an apple vodka and lemonade? What are you doing?
It's Dutch Barn Orchard vodka, handmade in Great Britain at Ella's Farm in North Yorkshire. It's I don't know. We'll see. It don't taste great. I got to be honest after one mouthful. But anyway, so what's going on today, Go?
Your favorite topic of classic World of Warcraft. We're talking Season of Discovery. Phase 3 is launching tomorrow, and you're the most excited person that I've spoke to in the past few weeks. So I know you're just excited to get the show rolling.
Always, mate. I'm mega excited. Thanks for making sure that everyone knew that before we start.
And then 2 minutes from now, everyone's gonna be like, "Why is he shitting on Sod? I thought he loved it. What is going on?"
No, I'm Mr. Positivity, mate. I'm not going to say anything negative tonight at all. I promise. Well, no, I don't promise. I take that back. I'm going to try to be super positive. It's a new me. I've reinvented myself for this podcast. Go on, then. Do the general housekeeping shit, and then let's get the amazing guest on.
The housekeeping stuff. All right. I feel like there's more and more to remember every week. I'm gonna do my best here. So today is a Wednesday, which means Season of Discovery show. We also have shows for Cataclysm Classic. We've both been on the beta for the past couple weeks. Pre-patch is coming, launch is coming. So those shows we're trying to get those on Saturday. Sometimes our scheduling is a little bit off because there's just so much going on. But typically Wednesday Sod, Saturday Cataclysm. And then throughout the show, we've got a lot of people that hang out and chill with us, spamming the chat, which is great. But sometimes we miss some questions. So in order for us to make sure that we see questions, if you want to super chat, support the show, we'll highlight it, put it on the screen, answer any questions that you have for Scotty, myself, and our guest.
Cool. In which case, we might as well just get the guest on. Would you like to introduce him? I think I introduced the guest last week, didn't I? So it feels like your turn.
I think you're just trying to keep me sober. Every time I reach for my glass, you send it back to me. I'm trying to get loose. It's 5 o'clock. Well, it's 6 o'clock here, so
you got plenty of time to get loose. Don't worry.
All right. Yeah, I know, because both of you guys together, it's hard for me to get a word in. So this might be the last time you guys hear me for about 50, 60 minutes. So yeah, let's bring on the guest, our brother from Down Under. I'm sure he gets that a lot. We got the amazingly talented host of Countdown to Classic, Josh Corbett. Welcome to the show, brother.
Hello, mate.
Lads, thanks so much for having me. Hearing you two argue over who gets to introduce me, I feel like Grandpa Simpson daydreaming, going, boys, you can both marry me, please.
No, Josh, as much as I love you, it's just me being a lazy prick and getting him to do everything.
No, that's fair as well.
How are you doing, mate? You all right?
Mate, really well. I've been honestly fucking balls deep in content creation, to be honest with you. Like, phase 3 is obviously launching tomorrow. And you guys know that it's funny because you and I have taken quite different trajectories over the last few months, Scotty, in terms of I've really, from months and months ago, well before announcement, I leaned really heavily into the sod lane, sort of smelling which way the wind was blowing, feeling that something was coming. And I dived in hard because that's what I was interested in. And you went down the kata route because, that's the game you love. And that's awesome. And like, it's been interesting watching these two paths sort of unfold. And I honestly, once Kata launches, I just think that both of us are going to have things that we're ultimately pretty happy with and having fun with and creating content for. So I'm looking forward to it. I've actually also been launching, the reason I've been busting my ass is I'm launching a new music podcast. I'm actually doing a little bit of a countdown podcast network unfurling, and there'll be a couple of new podcasts very, very soon in the next week or two. And I've been editing an epic 2-hour rockumentary podcast, the first episode of my new show called Best Album Ever, which will be launching soon. And it's all about Melancholy and the Infinite Sadness by Smashing Pumpkins, breaking that one down over 2 hours.
That's cool. It's good that you're doing something like, I assume you're really into music, so it's good that you're doing, expressing that in the format that you enjoy to do as well. Do you know what I mean? That's awesome.
Yeah, and I'm sure you get this way as well. Like, it's, contrary to popular belief, maybe with some of the content creators, like, I have a life outside of WoW, and I've got pretty broad interests outside of WoW, and not being able to scratch that itch over the last few years has sort of like not bothered me, but it's been something I've been wanting to do for a long time. So like, yeah, it'll be cool to let people see another side of me.
Yeah, no, that's awesome, man. I mean, if I was to go down that route, the unfortunate truth would be it would be a podcast where I get all the guests and myself a specific bottle of gin, and then we sit there and we drink it and talk about it over 2 hours.
Now, that's the thing. Get in at the grog review.
Grog review, nice.
That would actually be quite funny to do. But...
And then the next day, Scotty, would be the bog review.
Yeah, we all get back together and talk about how bad we feel.
Yeah, how badly you clog the toilets, exactly.
Yeah, man. But no, honestly, amazing to have you here. It sucks that it's took this long, to be honest with you. Like, we've spoke several times at various different different times over the last couple of years, essentially. But yeah, it's always good to have a chat. When we was on Warcraft Reloaded, I had a really, really good time with you, even though Bob struggled to speak. Was it Go? Was Go there as well?
No.
I can't remember.
Somebody was. Maybe it was Hammer that was there, and Hammer didn't get to speak. I think that's what it was.
No, it wasn't Hammer, because I've not been in the same room. Okay. I haven't been in the same room with Hammer yet. Maybe it was me. It might have been. I can't remember. But like, yeah, I mean, my listeners still talk about that episode every now and again. But the one thing I like to draw from that episode, Scotty, was it was a very pleasant surprise to get along as well with you as I did. And I'm glad that connection was established when it was. And I'm really happy to be here with you guys today.
Yeah, man. Awesome. Same. What are we going to talk about, Go?
There's been loads of data mining. So this is your spoiler alert. We'll probably dive into a lot of the spoilers. Launches tomorrow, and we're T minus 10 or not 10, 22, 21 and a half hours, something like that. So the most recent data mines, I think, are going to be pretty accurate. It started about a week ago. Those have changed a little bit, and the tier set bonuses changed. Thank the Lord, because the Bounce Druid was MP5 for a balanced Druid tier set, and that has changed to crit. So yeah, there's lots of things like that have been updated the past couple of days. And
there's some bits that are live right now on NA. Well, actually, it's Wednesday, isn't it? So EU as well now. There's a few new things that I've seen, which I've not actually experienced myself. So if either of you have, you'll probably have more to say about it than I do. But general thoughts and feelings, I think that's where we should start. It's going to be a very loose agenda episode. We will look at, like Go said, we'll look at the data mine information. We'll look at new things that have been found already before Phase 3 is even officially launched. But Josh, kick us off. How are you feeling about Phase 3 with all the information we've had, the previews?
I'm excited for it, and it's funny to sort of, hear you guys, not to sort of lift the veil off the very secret society stuff that we were talking about before you hit that live button. It's one of those things where I'm enjoying the game. I am, but I have also been pretty forthright with my listeners and been like, look, I've been raid logging for the last month. There's a few different things that go into that, IRL combined with game issues. But like, I'm not the only one who's been raid logging for the last little bit inside. And it's not like, it's okay to, be constructively critical of the game where it's warranted. And it always feels bad, and this, Scotty, and God knows this as well. It feels bad as a creator. Well, I would like to think it feels bad for most creators to just really get in there and dump on games and just twist the knife and just go to irrational levels of, this is terrible and the worst game ever made. Here's 59 reasons why this game sucks. And it's not fun doing that kind of stuff. And I think that, the creators that do live and breathe and in that world and never venture out of that territory for the algorithm's sake, I'll have other words about them another day. But
it's a sad way to live.
It is. It's like it, and I honestly wonder. It's a much deeper conversation for another day, like I say. But I do honestly wonder at times what lingering effects that might have on people's psyche or mental health when you are just waking up every day needing to go, up to the waist in the mud of hatred to basically put food on the table because you're like, I won't get paid for my YouTube channel if I don't find a reason to be angry today. Like, it's so dumb. It's so dumb. So not that like toxic negativity is a problem in gaming journalism, but toxic positivity is just as equally a problem as well. Not just in gaming journalism, but in life in general. Like I always call it the Ned Flanders effect. Like everyone hates that guy who is so exceedingly positive and just every day is just like, top of the morning to you. How good is life? How good is everything? And everything's amazing. And they're never bothers. Like, shut up, get away from me. Like, I want a little bit of cynicism from time to time. But the reason I'm saying all this is like, I was a little bit cynical about phase 2. And while I'm positive on the game on the whole, phase 2 was a bit of a letdown from phase 1. I called it the sophomore slump the other day on my podcast, and like that's okay. It's not number 1, Sod is dead, man. It's not number 2, here's all the ways in which Sod is going to fall down in the future because of the mistakes made in phase 2. But like, there were concerns. Some of them will carry on into phase 3. Some of them will be addressed. But we've seen and heard enough from phase 3 in the preview that at least gives you hope that corrections will be made. I really went at them for basically deleting content in phase 2, and some of my concerns haven't 100% been addressed in phase 3. But like, no reason to run battlegrounds, no reason to run dungeons is a huge issue in my mind. But there are fun points to draw from Sod. It's still good. I still recommend it to people. Phase 1 was an 11 out of 10. Phase 2, but they're working on Kata. They're flat out. I'll give them their one mulligan on phase 2. Phase 3, I'm expecting bigger and better things, and I think it's going to be that way.
Yeah, I agree. Like literally with everything. Even from the, being negative for the sake of being negative to make money, going all the way back to that point. I've always been very honest. I say what I think. I sit here and argue with argue with guests. I'll argue with people in comments, whatever, because Season of Discovery is a very difficult one because we all see Season of Discovery very differently. We all expect different things from Season of Discovery. Some people expect a very nice casual experience. Some people expect a really good place to do speedruns. Some people expect a place where you can do vanilla again, but with more challenging endgame. Like that. Everybody's got their own view of what Season of Discovery should actually be. So I think it really opens itself up to criticism anyway, because there's always going to be someone who's not happy with a direction that they go in it. My biggest complaint of all of Season of Discovery since day one when it launched is the lack of reason to do dungeons. That's it.
Yeah.
And that
it was there
seems
in
like
phase 1. To
continuing.
be fair, I think it was there in phase 1. People were running Wailing Caverns ad nauseum for their leggings of the Fang. People were like, you had a reason to chase pre-raid bis. You know, I think pre-raid bis is a bit of a silly thing overall. Like, go out and get pre-raid bis, that's fine. But like, you know, people that chase every item on a pre-raid bis list, sometimes I've been like, why bother? But anyway, that's just me. I'm a weird gamer. But phase 1, you had a reason to do it. Phase 2, if you had been raiding Noma on a semi-frequent basis, you had no reason whatsoever to go out and get pre-raid bis. Oh, sorry, to go and get any dungeon loot in phase 2, like Alderman. Sorry about the plane flying overhead. Alderman and Scarlet Monastery, any of that stuff. Like, it's unfortunately something that they seem to be flagging as what will be a common theme going into phase 3, and this murders me. I really hope this is not the case. And I'm not going to judge them off of the preview. I'm just saying I'm a little worried, and I hope it's not the way. They seem to have, they've changed a lot of the items in dungeons, and that's great. That's wonderful. That's what we were asking for. But they seem to be leaning into like, oh, for fresh characters or for alts, look at all these amazing catch-up items we've provided for you in the dungeons. Like, look at the new soul thrays. Look at this. Look at that. And people are like, oh, wow. But once again, it seems, at first look, Blizzard proved me wrong. It seems that if you've been raiding Noma for just, you know, again, semi-frequently over the last 2 months, none of this gear is something you're going to, none of this stuff is anything you're going to be interested in. And I'm like, I need a reason, and I'm praying there's one there, to run dungeons with my friends, despite, you know, being in Noma gear. I want to, like, you know, 3 weeks still into the phase. If I've done Sunken Temple 4 or 5 times, I still want a magnetic pull to, like, oh man, I've really got to go to Zul'Farrak for this item. Like, it's kind of too good to ignore. Let's get my boys together on a Thursday night, have a beer or two, and do this dungeon and hope it drops. You know what I mean?
100%. Literally, yeah. It's what I've complained about. You know, it's exactly what I want. I love, you know, I love raiding. Everyone knows that I love raiding. But I really enjoy 5-man content. You know, for me, there's nothing better than, and I'm not talking about Cat, I'm not talking about Wrath, not so like, you take any expansion you want. But like for me, if let's just say I finish editing a video and it's uploading or it's rendering or whatever, and I'm like, I'll just quickly queue for random dungeon finder. Just go and do a quick dungeon for fun. I might not even want anything from it, but I know I am getting something from it. You know, I might be getting some rep, I might be getting some badges, which I can then use to, you know, buy gems, which is then gold. You know, there's always, no matter how much gear you've got, there's still an incentive to do dungeons, and that's all I miss. You know, everything else, I think Blizzard are doing really well, and like you said, you know, it does all seem very sort of aimed towards, oh, this is an alt that needs the gear before they can go into the next raid, you know, or this is a new character that needs the gear, whereas us who are already geared and been raiding every week in phase 2, we're like, might as well just get to 50 and go straight in Sunken Temple.
Yeah.
I've got no reason to do anything else.
I just want to jump in, first audience interaction for the day, and I'm more than happy to you know, go back and forth with chat. Dustin D's put his hand up straight away as being that guy. Dustin, number one, kind of taking me out of context there. That's not what I said or the way in which I phrased it. I'm not like, why even bother chasing any pre-raid bis? Not what I said. Number two, mate, I do see what you're saying, but like, you know, when you say, oh, you might as well not even play the game if you're not going for pre-raid bis, go for pre-raid bis. I go for pre-raid bis. I'm talking about the, you know, not so much niche circumstances, but the moments where, like, you know, I've got mates who have full pre-raid bis, save for like 2 items, say, that are incredibly low drop rates, and we're 5 weeks into the raid being out, and like there are better items that drop in raid. The bosses are getting killed, like it's fine, and they're spending dozens of hours bashing their heads against the wall, like Hand of Justice, for example, bashing their heads against the wall, just going for this one item, going, I have to get my pre-raid bis. I'm a useless player if I don't have my pre-raid bis. And it's like, mate, if you're playing in that kind of a guild environment, change guilds. Like, it's not that big of a deal. That's what I mean on the full pre-raid bis thing. So it's not like, why bother playing the game if you're not getting pre-raid bis? Anyway, just wanted to do that.
And that guy you're talking about, Josh, he'll get it. You can guarantee, because it's called Sod's Law, he'll get it, and then he'll raid Sunken Temple that night, and the better item will drop. You know,
Oh,
it's
100%. Lock it in. Lock it in. That's the way it goes.
Yeah, that's the reason for me where even though some of the items, like WoW had done a good comparison on like certain items, you know, is it worth getting pre-raid biss? You know, that's what they're saying. Is it worth doing it? And they compare some items, and it's like, yes, you know, if you want the absolute best out of your character before you walk in Sunken Temple, then there are going to be items in dungeons you want. But like, I've got it up on the screen now. I can just quickly put it on so everyone knows what I'm looking at.
Yeah.
When we look at the not even the epic head, so just the blue head from Gnomrigon, you know, versus Visage of the Exiled, you're going to get 5 intellect, 3 spirit, 5 spell power, 1% hit. Now, obviously, the hit will be nice. Don't get me wrong, but you know, it's still none of that's game breaking. It's like, God, if I don't get that 5 intellect, am I going to get invited to the raid? It's like, of course you are. Yeah, you don't have to go and get that. You know, my absolute pure intention is, which I might as well just come out and say right away, is I'm going quite casual in phase 3 because I think I'd rather save myself. And it's a little bit of other games that I'm playing at the same time, but I want to make sure that when phase 4 comes, which for me is going to be far more important, I want to make sure that I still want to play the game. I don't want to burn myself out in phase 3 by running the same raid every week. Like, you know, I just want to... Yeah, take it casual and pug. I'm going to be pugging raids. I'm not even going to be in a guild. I'm just going to literally take it super casual for phase 3.
Well, you do what makes you happy. I know it's just a relatively airy-fairy, stupid, no-shit Sherlock point to make. But it's funny you say that, Scotty. I just had a regular listener of mine talk about this in my Discord this morning where he was like, oh, you know... I've pre-quested for, you know, however long, like 20 hours. You know, I've done all the pre-questing. My quest log is now full because my guild basically required it of me. And if I wanted to keep up with them on phase launch, I had to do this thing, even though I really hated it. I didn't want to do it. I'm, you know, questioning my choices in life now, but at least it's done. And a couple of us were like, mate, I mean, you do you, and I know there's a lot of people in this situation that feel the need the pressure to keep up with the guild, keep up with the Joneses, even if it means doing things they don't enjoy doing in game. But I'm like, mate, you have put yourself on the highway to burnout, and like in 2 weeks' time, when you've done a couple of Sunken Temples and you find that you don't log on for 3 to 4 weeks, you'll look back to this moment and maybe circle this as like, maybe I shouldn't have done things in a fucking online game that I had no interest in doing and that I hated just to please people, most of which I barely really know. Or to keep up with the Joneses in a dick measuring contest that has no correlation to real life whatsoever. It drives me wild. But anyway.
So I think secretly I've just been actually taking Josh's advice and he don't know about it, because that is exactly how I feel. Like when I look back at phase 2, the one thing I hated more than anything was sitting in Scarlet Monastery at launch. That literally bored me to tears. Yeah. I hated every minute of it. It was all right for the first couple of hours, but after about 8 or 10 hours, I was like, why am I doing this? And that's why I want to do it different this time. I want to go into phase 3. I'm going to play a couple of days after launch, so the first zones start to clear out a little bit, and then I'll just quest, you know, chill and just quest my way to 50 and no pressure.
Do what makes you happy. And this is advice for everyone. Like, don't feel the need to follow the crowd. I know everyone, look, I'm not going to sit here and be a hypocrite. I have got a dungeon group lined up for, you know, as soon as the phase drops. I did the same thing last phase, but I'll say this much. I mixed it up last phase, and, you know, there's a chance I'll probably mix it up again this phase because, like you said, Scotty, I got to a point at, you know, the game launches at like 7 o'clock in the morning here in Australia. By 1 o'clock, I think it was, by lunchtime, I said to my crew, boys, I'm fucking done. If I do one more dungeon, my eyes are going to glaze over. I can't handle this. I'm out. I'm off to quest. I don't care if I hit bloody level cap, you know, 12 to 20 hours after all of you. This is something that I need to do for my own sanity, and I happily do it. But like that's a casual versus sweaty argument. This isn't me telling people to like, hey man, you know, embrace the casual lifestyle. I've very firmly been entrenched, sort of wedged in between these two play styles over the years, between hardcore and between sweaty and casual. But like all I'm saying is the sweaty side of things with the dungeon grind does suck. I think everyone kind of acknowledges that it sucks, but efficiency, man, just, if you feel the burn of the burnout, just duck outside the dungeon for a few hours and do a couple of quests. Just go walk around the block or something.
Absolutely. Can you just give me 1 minute, Josh? I'm just going to ring Go and see if he wants to jump in the podcast. 1 second. Oh, he's there. Oh, Go. Sorry. All right.
Hey, hold on. My phone's ringing. Yo, let's go.
How you feeling about phase 3, Go?
No, you guys were talking about like reasons to go back into dungeons and stuff, and that was about 20 minutes ago. But I think that they kind of missed the mark on how to get people to do the dungeons by focusing on minor gear upgrades. I think the gear upgrades could have came from like professions would have been great if they did a little bit of that in phase 1. I think maybe a little bit in phase 2 where they added new gear to craft, and that was like a little placeholder for your pre-raid or something like that. But at this point of the game, 1 extra spell power on a piece of gear as an upgrade doesn't mean anything. So if there was like consumes, like if they added consumes or enchant, like a helm enchant or something that you needed to go into a dungeon to farm for, I would have much preferred that route. But they're testing stuff, and they're testing the same thing 3 phases in a row, so I hate to see it.
I mean, I'm pretty sure Hammer said something similar, didn't he, when he was on? But I loved that idea of like having a reputation that's got a shoulder enchant that gets better from friendly, honored, revered, exalted. And you could do the retail style, kata style, where you wear a tabard while you're doing the dungeons to get rep, to get the shoulder enchant. So you don't get it in raids, you don't get it when you're questing or grinding. Like physically, you do dungeons with the tabard on to get rep, to get a shoulder enchant. Yeah, that's more for me what I'd like to see than just the gear is better. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I'd like reason to go there outside of just items.
Yeah.
The caster enchants up until even phase 3, there's like nothing for us. It's intellect, it's stamina, it's strength, even for us melee weaver casters. So a little bit of spell power from something that we could put on our helm or shoulders in phase 1 or phase 2 would have been fantastic. We've got some brand new shoulder enchants for phase 3, and I'm looking forward to that. And then we can also get our Librams, like for our helm and legs, but again, that's only intellect. So if they were to add a new Libram that would drop in a dungeon and I could go farm it in BRD or something, and then enchant my helm with 6 spell power, 8 spell power, whatever it is, then that would absolutely get me to go do that dungeon.
Yeah. So anything else though?
Sorry.
Go on, Josh.
No, I was just going to say, to add to what you guys are saying there, just on the giving excuses to go to dungeons, like, this is probably a horrible suggestion that a lot of people would call toxic, but from day dot with SOD, I haven't been opposed to, a relatively low drop chance from a boss of either rune or like pieces of a rune that you have to go to multiple dungeons to collect. And like people will say this is a horrible idea because they don't want to be gated from their important. Well, I think, yeah, I'm with you. I think it's a good idea. Like, don't make it like the rune that you want to level with. It's not like and that's been one of the fair knocks, I think, on phase 2 of SOD, is that like a lot of the cool runes were obtained closer to cap, when I was like, well, I wanted to level with that. You know what I mean? Like, give me some time with it so I can have some fun with it and feel powerful. But so I'm not talking about one of those runes, but if there's like a pretty, cool utility rune that you maybe can play your character without, but that you still very much so want, screw it. Hey, there's a boss in BRD, there's a boss in ZF, and there's a boss in Mara, and the last boss of every dungeon has a, 10% chance of dropping a fragment of a rune. And like, there's my reason to go. I don't know.
I really like that.
They did that a little bit in phase 2 as a druid player with the leaflets, but it was all in Scarlet Monastery graveyard. I got 3 leaflets from the same bosses, and for me personally, I had a 100% drop chance any boss that I killed in there because I went in there solo, and I was done in 2 runs, or 1 run really, when I cleared all 3 bosses and could do it. But I loved that they did something like that, but I hated how fucking easy it was.
Yeah, the implementation just didn't hit the mark. Yeah, they could have been just a lot lower drop chance. Where,
and even still,
not frustratingly low, but
it was a level up dungeon too. It was like the first dungeon I went to, going from 25 to 40 was graveyard. So once I got to 40, I never did Razorfen Downs. I never did Cathedral. I had no reason to do that. So I would have preferred to. I love those dungeons.
But that's it. That's a totally fair point to raise. Like that's a good first step. Like I loved the idea behind the books that dropped in graveyard, but like we're like you're spot on there. We're talking cap. We need a reason at cap to go do dungeons with the boys, and we didn't have it.
Yeah, but so just going back to Josh's idea, just purely because like I hope Blizzard do actually listen and think, how could we use something like that in the future? I think the rune fragment idea with it dropping from the end bosses in dungeons is a good idea, but I actually think it should be a guaranteed drop chance. So it's a guaranteed drop chance to drop a fragment, but now you've got 5 people all needing, let's say 5 of them. Let's say you need 5 fragments to create your rune. Yeah, only one person's going to get 1 fragment off the last boss in each dungeon. I know we'll find a way to make that really toxic, where it'll be like, only taking people who don't need the rune or shit. But the intention to get people into dungeons more would still be there. Like as I say, I'm on board with any idea that makes sense to get people to do dungeons more, or give me reason to do dungeons more.
I thought about that. I'm torn between the two because I like what you're saying, Scotty, and that's I am worried about the toxicity seeping in there. Mine was like maybe 10% is a bit oppressive, I don't know, but like 10 to 20%, fuck, I don't know, but like when it drops, everyone can get it.
Oh,
so
yeah, that
the
worked,
whole party, because there's nothing there, and you know this feeling. There is nothing. I'm inching forward because I'm getting excited as I say this. There is nothing better in World of Warcraft or any MMO when the party or the raid explodes in unison in cheers. When something drops that everyone, let's say the epic mount drops that everyone's been wanting, and everyone goes, ah, as opposed to the one guy going like, yay, you know what I mean? Like, so everyone can,
and everyone else hates him.
Yeah, exactly. So like, it's exciting enough that the drop chance is low enough that you get that explosion of holy shit, we got it. And then the realization seeps in was, I don't have to roll for it. We can all get that. We all need it. This is awesome. What a run, boys. We did it. Run for the ages.
Yeah, so I mean, if it was like that and it was like 10%, then essentially you could just have it drop from all bosses. All bosses have got a small chance of dropping it, which actually then makes every boss you kill that little bit more exciting, even if you don't need gear.
100%.
No,
there
I
you
like
go. We've solved it, Scotty. We've done it.
Yeah. Agron, just get it done, mate. Get it done. Come on.
Yeah.
Everybody gets a trophy. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Mate, it's the participation trophy. Absolutely.
Cool. So, other than dungeons, Go, I'm not picking on you, Go, but obviously, that's the only the only thing you said. Phase 3, how do you think it's shaping up in comparison to like your feelings of phase 1 and 2? Do you like the look of the content that's being added? Obviously, we're going to talk a bit more about things like incursions and things that we've already found, but just your gut instinct from all the previews that you've seen. Do you think it's going to be a good time for you personally?
I'm not looking forward to the leveling again from 40 to 50. They've made that slightly better, the 50% XP boost. I'm not a big pre-quester. I did do a couple last night with the homie Blaze and Bob from Warcraft Reloaded. Shout out. But I'm not going to dungeon spam. I'm not going to just go quest either. I don't know what I'm going to do to level up. I have no idea. But at level 50... the whole nightmare incursion stuff, they gave us a little bit of a preview of what that's going to entail. I'm a big solo player. I know everybody gives me shit because this is an MMO. You're supposed to play with people. You're supposed to find groups and have 5-man content the whole time you're logged in. I prefer to play solo, and they're announcing in this preview, and they're suggesting 3 to 5 players in your group to like maximize it. And I just hope that is just to maximize how fast you can grind your rep and rewards from it. If it takes me a little bit longer as a solo player and it's a fun event, then cool. Like I'm looking forward to trying that out. But the raid, Nomer fell a little bit short for me. Sunken Temple, I'm just being real here. It's not really like bringing me back for, like hyped for phase 3, but the PvP aspect of phase 3, even though there's not a brand new PvP event, I'm more looking forward to PvPing in Arathi Basin. We probably won't even get a new battleground, but Arathi Basin, Warsong, and the STV event, I'll probably log on and do that a lot more so than PvE, which I'm a big PvEer. I've been a big PvPer in the past, and I think I'm just going to go back towards my PvP side for phase 3. They've added brand new PvP sets, like a 6-set balanced druid PvP set. Like, get the fuck out of here. Hell yeah, I want that. I got stamina, I got spell power, like armor from leather. I don't have to wear cloth. Get me that fucking gear ASAP. That's what I'm most excited for.
Hell yeah, brother. I'm with you, Go. I'm very excited about PvP in phase 3. I'm more excited that we got a fuck out of you. That really sort of titillates me in a very special way. I'm good with that. But mate, I'm with you. Like, I'm a really big PvPer. If people don't know it, I'm open world PvP is my jam. I do it all. Like I don't know. Again, like I always say, like I'm a bit of a WoW weirdo, IRL normie WoW weirdo, where like I do just log on to the game for hours on end and just open world PvP for no benefit whatsoever to my character. I get nothing out of it, literally nothing. I'll just, like in phase 2, I just log on to STV either alone or I'll grab a mate and, you know, we just go out and find open world fights. And like when I'm with my mate, like I'm again going to how much of a weirdo I am, like we trade one-on-one. So I'll ride around with my mate Voodoo and we'll spot someone and we just go round robin. We go, right, he's yours, and the other one won't touch him. And then the next one's mine, the next one's his. We don't really like to do the gangbang thing. It's not really, it's fun. So I adore, like, open world WoW PvP is a criminally underrated, underappreciated facet of the game that I will never fully understand. Well, I kind of understand why it's not as popular as it should be, but I adore it. I wish more people had the strength and courage to embrace it, because I feel like I sort of alluded to earlier, there's way too many people who feel like they're throwing their EP on the line in every single open world encounter. Like, they feel if they lose a one-on-one fight in the open world, it means they're shit at the game. They've got a tiny dick. You know, why are they bothering playing? They really take it as a personal hit to their gamer credit. And I'm like, mate, it's literally a 50-50 coin flip. It's a game. It's a bit of fun. It's just go out and do it. I have just as much fun in a loss as I do in a win. You learn something new. You try and change your tactics. Like, the rate at which gamers feel the need, and I get it, it's an MMO, but they will only engage in PvP if they're in a group of 5 and they can kill one person, or if they're assured of victory or whatever. And it's great to play with friends and everything, but get out there and do more one-on-ones, guys. Like, you fucking love it. And so, Go, when you say all that, like the PvP tier set, that's probably the thing I'm most excited for as well in phase 3 and doing all this PvP. It's going to be wild.
And with a feeling shit and the tiny dick and all that, like, Go feels like that without even PvP in.
Moving on from that.
Hang on. Go walks with a limp for a reason, Scotty.
There we go.
So the reason I say it, one of the funniest things that Go probably don't even know about, we was meant to do a podcast on Friday, and we didn't end up doing it. So instead, I started the stream up, and Pete was like, "Hang on, ain't you meant to be doing a podcast?" And I was like, "It's been a really weird day. Table's really ill, Like, he's got a sore throat, he can't talk properly, and Go's been going through some emotional things that he probably won't want me to talk about on stream. So obviously instantly people are like, what? He won't mind. No, tell us. I was like, well, he's actually been officially diagnosed with micropenis. So it was just when you said tiny dick, I went, oh, flashback. I remember talking about that.
Well, actually, the one thing you started when you started, you brought this back to Go just 10 minutes ago, Scotty, and you opened with, not to have a go at you, Go. I'm going to have a go at Go, if that's okay,
Please
because I'll
do.
tell you a
Yeah.
quick little funny story about the impetus behind me reaching out to you, Scotty, to come on this episode was, I like I said, Scotty, I've and this isn't just to fucking suck your dick, just while everyone's watching, which, I'm okay with, but like...
Me too, I'm fine.
Loving your content lately. Like, it's really, like, it's been so enjoyable to see how fucking great your channel has become over the last 12 to 18 months. But I was listening to, I've been listening to all your as many of your Cubicle episodes as I can amongst making my own stuff, which is difficult at times, but I try to keep up. I was listening to the last episode while walking my dogs, and at the very top of the episode there, you've brought up the Baltimore Bridge news, and fucking no one with you, our friend Go included, sitting right here, knew what the fuck you were talking about. They'd not heard the news. You were on an island, and I watched you awkwardly for 2 minutes be like, are you guys serious that you haven't heard about this? My jaw was on the ground. I had to pick it up, after I picked up my dog shit, I picked up my jaw off the ground and was like, we need people in here that can, know the current events and can rescue Scotty from a reference that nobody else is getting. So I'm here, Scotty. I've got your back.
Yeah.
I knew about it. I didn't hear Scotty in my defense because I think whoever I was talking with, me and they were talking at the same time, and then Scotty threw a bridge out of fucking nowhere at us, and I just didn't even hear it. So when he was like, "You guys haven't heard that news?" I was like, what news? What are you talking about?
No, but
that was me not hearing
Then
it.
he fully explained the story, and you still didn't know what the fuck he was talking
I was trying
about.
to move on. That was awkward to start a show.
It was awkward.
Collapse.
That was my that was my fault. But like Josh, just to make it clear, I like last night at one o'clock
did that come from?
1 o'clock in the morning last night streaming, I started having a conversation and looking at the news while streaming, doing ICC, talking about the Taiwan earthquake. I like to know what's going on in the world, so...
I mean, as people should, guys, get involved with just a cursory look at the world news when you wake up in the morning.
Yeah,
I agree.
There's been 4 bridge collapses recently in the U.S. So
You've been doing research,
yeah.
and you was like, he's never going to catch me out again.
Yeah, he can build a bridge now. He got burnt so bad by that one.
I'm going to inspect every local bridge now to make sure that they've got the barge protectors so that doesn't happen here.
I've learnt my lesson. I'm never ever opening a podcast talking about a disaster again. That's my bad.
No, it was
for a loop.
It was the current events meets World of Warcraft crossover I've been waiting for. I loved it.
Awesome. Okay, well, so we've briefly talked about the things we're excited for and, hopes of Phase 3. So do you want to just get into some of the news, some of the posts that have gone out over the last couple of days and cast some judgment over them?
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah. There's like 3 pages of news at this point because they kind of... I think they're milking it a little bit with segregating everything to a different article, but
I was going to say Wowhead's cut it up into 93 different pieces, and they've got, they have got. I'm glad you said that, Go. I've been, I've had words about Wowhead for some time now, but they've been pretty obnoxious with the way in which they've now worked out how to divide up the clicks and just, leading you down the link tree where it's just like, this really could have been one article and you've divided up into 3, you fucking pricks. But anyway.
Yeah, well, it was one article. Blizzard posted one article and then Wowhead, love them. They did, they put about 10 out for that one post.
Don't love them. Feel free to, I don't know, I've always felt comfortable just giving Wowhead shit, but anyway, they deserve it.
Yeah. I don't know. Right. Okay. Let's start with the most recent thing. So we're already getting discoveries. Even though it's not actually officially Phase 3 yet. I'm going to need you guys to really lead this because I'll be honest with you, I've not looked at anything about it. I know that apparently a mage can also get a scroll with something to do with this, but it's the Explorer Imp new spell for Warlocks in Phase 3 where you can send your little Explorer Imps in that you get a chance to get in from using Drain Soul into little portals that are all over the world.
Oh, this is news to me. Like I said, the last 48 hours is a bit of a wash for me because I was editing the music podcast, but that sounds interesting. I've not heard this one.
Okay, well, I'll briefly break the post down. So, when Warlocks are using Drain Soul, they can get Explorer Souls, which summons an Explorer Imp. You can't fight. You can use it with the current pet that you've got. And then when you're just going around the world, which one here is in the Barrens, you can then send your imp into that portal, and it will come out with otherworldly treasure. So I've had a look at some of the otherworldly treasures that have been sort of in the Wowhead database already. And at low level, like level 15, 25 ones, whatever, there's some healing potions and stuff like that. But there was actually a clip as well where I believe this person in the clip on Wowhead is getting like a blue pair of shoulders. Oh no, it's a blue pair of shoulders from it as well. So there's actually like slightly rarer loot. But then I did read the Wowhead comments on this before we went live, and apparently mages can now get a scroll to do the same thing, where you can force something out of the portal to kill and get loot. That was it really, just in case anyone didn't know.
Just it sounds fun and everything, but again, back to the PvP angle, my devious mind, the only thing I can think of is this is super toxic and it'll never happen. But all I want out of that is I want this Explorer Demon to still cost a soul shard and be a 10-second cast and be targetable, because I am running around and just one-shotting every Warlock's little fun friend that I see. Get it out of there, mate. There's a one-shot, summon it again. Have fun.
So I looked at some of the comments too, I think on Wowhead, and everybody was like, what about my reward? How can I do this? And because it's strictly for like Warlock and mages. So it's like rogues, hunters, priests. Like, where's my pet that I can send in there and get free rewards from?
I've never been that guy. Like, I'm okay with class specific funsies. You know what I mean? Like, I don't get jealous as a class. Like, if something bothers me to the point that I'm like, why do they have that and I don't? Well, I fucking re-roll. You know what I mean? Like, that's just how it works. Like, but it's interesting hearing that, Scotty, because we were joking when I did a Priest Phase 3 preview just a couple of days ago on Countdown. We were talking about, I think they're getting a rune that gives them even another thing that they can summon on top of Homunculi, on top of Shadow Fiend. There's another thing coming.
Some sort
and
of
we were talking about like Pet City over here, like what's going on with the priest. But now if the Warlock's getting a second demon that they're rolling around with, maybe it is just turning into fucking Pokemon.
Yeah. I thought it was interesting though. I got to be honest. Yeah, I didn't look at it. I didn't look at it in the same way the Wowhead comments did. Even though I play a mage and apparently mages can use it anyway. But it's not. I don't think mages should actually. If I'm completely honest, I don't think mages should get a scroll. Mages get their scrolls, which is their extra little benefit that you've already got in Season of Discovery. So I'd have been cool with this being Warlock only. Actually, if I'm honest.
Yeah.
But yeah, it just it's cool. If there's anyone who's watching live or even if you're watching the VOD back and you are a Warlock and you've been doing any of these, I'd be mega interested to know like what you've been getting from it. What is there loads of them around? Is it easy? Like, give us some information, because I genuinely do not know. I saw this before we went live, and yeah, my research was looking at about 10 Wowhead comments. So cool. Anything on that go? Any thoughts, or you good to move on?
Josh spurred something in my brain about this.
It's disgusting.
Yeah, baby.
This incursion event.
I'm in your head.
It's supposed to be a PvE event, but they also did say that there's going to be chances to have PvP for PvP servers. So I don't know how that's going to work out. But
no, I mean, I just read that as like, it's no different from anywhere else in the world. Like if you're on a PvP server and you go in these portals, PvP is still enabled. Like it's same old. Life goes on as you know it. You go through the portal, you see a member of the opposite faction, you can kill them. Like that's my interpretation.
I think I brought it up on Warcraft Reloaded over the weekend, that if it is PvP enabled wherever you spawn in at, that's going to be just an absolute bloodbath. Like when you would log out skip to Black Fathom Deep's entrance, there were so many skeletons there because people would log out skip, and as soon as they would log in, they would die before their screen loaded up.
Right.
So if this is going to be the same type of thing for
hang
this
on,
event,
we're talking about incursions now,
brutal.
right? We've changed topic.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
I thought
I
it
was
the
getting
same
really
type of
confused.
topic.
No, it's completely different.
I thought the Warlock Imp thing was like going into the
Because you send them into the portals, right?
No. There's just
these are different.
no. These are
portals.
different portals. These are fell portals in the open world.
No. I thought the
Okay.
same thing. Go. Okay.
Yeah,
I'm with
yeah.
you.
I thought it was like you sent your pet into the 4 portals to get into this PvE event.
No,
And that
these
was
are
my
just
understanding.
these are just weird portals all over the world. Like I say, this one's in the Barrens. The
Oh,
example shown is in the
right.
Barrens. Yeah, so
Yeah, that's
completely
why I
separate
went-
for everything else.
That's why I started going off on the incursion tangent there.
Yeah, and I
guess
started
it
to
was-
get really
I liked
confused.
it. Well, no. But just this, while now that he said it, let me just do the tangent because I just want to say this. My presumption was, and I might be the fool here. Now, the more I think on it, the more likely I am the fool here. I had presumed that when you go in this portal, I don't know, the nightmare world is big enough that we might just we all just get sent to random spots as opposed to walking through the same door and entering at the same spot. But like, now that you've said that, I'm like, oh God, it probably is more likely we all just enter and exit through the same spot. And yeah, if that's the case, they are going to have to do something because it's going to be a nightmare, nudges ribs, get it?
Yeah, it's got to be a neutral zone where you zone into. I think they learned a big lesson with the dual spec vendor. Wasn't there just like loads of PvP happening? I think the vendor could have died too, right? Like, could people kill the vendor? I don't know what was going on with that.
It was a fuck fest. It was a shit fight.
And then they moved it to the capital cities, which is it's pretty much a neutral zone. You could still go try to kill the other faction in the neutral zone of the capital city, but yeah, if they've learned anything from that with this event before it goes live, hopefully it's a sort of bubble. I hate having bubbles, but you know what I mean.
I had people messaging me
some form of immunity.
after the dual spec fiasco. I had people literally messaging me saying, "How do I get hold of Blizzard? I want my 50 gold back." And I'm like,
Yeah.
what? Like, open a ticket or I don't know, do something. Like, what am I going to do for you? Yeah, don't worry, guys. I've got you. I will get you all your gold back. I've got this.
Yeah, Scottejaye's on the case.
Yeah.
I've just seen on camera how sweaty I'm getting as I'm sitting here telling you that I'm not that sweaty of a player. It is, sorry for the Fahrenheit conversion, but it is like 31 degrees here where I am. It is so hot, and I'm in this like stiflingly hot room with no breeze or anything. And I think that's like, I don't know, Go, you'd have to help me out, like 90 or 85 to 90 degrees Fahrenheit. So
yeah.
That's my explanation, boys, for why I'm sitting here sweating like a fucking freak. But,
I thought that was going to be your justification for why you're about to get naked. I was waiting for the main event.
Now my shirt's chafing me. What was I going to say? Scotty, I also meant to say real quick, sorry, for a bit of housekeeping. Mate, am I swearing way too much? Have I just obliterated this video?
No, to be fair,
rolling out, yeah.
You are fucking swearing a little bit too much, so if you can just tone it down a bit, you prick. Yeah, like just be mindful of the audience. Yeah. We've got a lot of kids watching at this time.
I'm showing you the height of Australian politeness, and it's like dinner with the Queen, where I've refrained from dropping a C-bomb to this stage.
No, honestly, you say whatever you want. It doesn't matter.
All right, mate.
So, what did you want to call Go? Is that? I assume that was why. I'm assuming that's why you asked. You wanted to call him something.
I didn't want to call Go a bad word, but no, I just thought, God, I'm dropping a lot of F-bombs, but I normally do, and I should check with people.
My language gets worse the more I drink. The longer the show goes on, my language gets worse and worse. It starts off like I am the Queen.
Yeah. Well, the problem is I'm stone cold sober, and this is how I am. So, I mean, people sort of like, I watch my language. People were like, wasn't this guy like a lawyer or whatever? Like, how did he go in court with his language? Like, I can turn it off. It's okay, guys.
We have never gotten a comment from somebody saying, "Yo, your guest like they cuss too much." So
Yeah.
if we get one, wear that as a badge of honor, please.
My sweet virginal ears.
Yeah, and it was 24 degrees Celsius here on the east coast of NA today, and I was sweating like you were, and that's why I had to shower before I came on, and I'm probably going to start sweating through my shirt here pretty soon too.
Well, by the end of this pod, I want this to be completely saturated. It'll be a great look.
I want it to end up as a wet t-shirt podcast featuring Josh.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I want to see.
100%.
But go. You wanted to talk about Incursions so much that you derailed my conversation, so we might as well go on to those next. I've got the post up.
Go.
I've got the post up. I don't know if you've got it on your end as well. About Nightmare Incursion. So the highlights of in phase 3, how they're going to work. So I don't know if we want to have a quick talk about that. And there is some takeaways where I get a few concerns which I'll raise. But if you want to kick off that conversation, I can just go and get some ice.
Thanks for not sending me the link to that article and just assuming that I had it up on my screen.
I assumed you could use the internet.
Well, I've been pounding drinks since I got home because it was a stressful day at work, but I do have it up here. What are Nightmare Incursions? We've even got little emojis in this blue post here. Nightmare Incursions are outdoor content that are predominantly PvE focused, though PvP will occur on PvP servers in these. That's what my takeaway was earlier.
Can I grab you though, Go? Because you just said something that I immediately leapt to as well when I read the article. How about the bold inclusion of the big smiling emoji in the post? Is that a first for a blue post?
They started the other day on April 1st with their their digs at players in the Plunderstorm event. They're like, "Oh yeah, this is a purely PvE event. There's going to be no PvP involved and all this stuff." So yeah, they're getting a little cheeky because it's rosy cheeks. I can do it too, Josh.
I want them to go to the next step, not that they will. I want to start seeing, very tactically planted eggplant emojis for something sexy in the game or spicy.
If I see an eggplant, then I'll pay for a pet in the store or something. That'll bring me to use their in-game store somewhere.
The pet will be an eggplant, and it'll be way too erotic.
Oh, they had the one-eyed Willy back in the day. That was a pet you didn't even have to pay for. Yeah. Bringing back memories. One-eyed Willy and Cataclysm, right? I think.
There you go.
I didn't try joining you, Josh. I'm not sweating. I just literally tried to do the most ridiculous thing in my life. I had the ice on the the ice scooper to get it out, and I threw it up in the air and then went to catch it with my glass, but didn't realise I already had vodka in the bottom, so threw it all over myself.
What are you doing back there? Are you trying to do it's doing Brian Brown in Cocktail back in the kitchen at your place, just auditioning. Yeah, nice, I like it.
I do some weird shit when people are not looking.
God, that's a boomer reference. Get that up, you everyone under 40.
Yeah.
Sorry, carry on. Go anyway.
No, you're good. You'll start each incursion with a quest that you get at new field captain NPCs outside of each of the dream portals located in Duskwood, Ashenvale, Feralus, and Hinterlands. And then I'm going to skip down to the next portion where they say, what level do I need to be to participate in the Nightmare Incursions? They say Nightmare Incursions are separated out by level, with Duskwood being predominantly level 25, Ashenvale being level 40, and Feralus and Hinterlands being level 50. So I guess for me, I'm not really going to worry about the lower two. I'm just going to go to Feralus or Hinterlands for my level 50 stuff. I thought it was like a one portal fits all, but I guess it's
alarm bells are ringing for me.
You want to go to?
Yeah, alarm bells are ringing for me on that bit. Well, I don't know. I thought it would maybe not necessarily scaling content. But, I thought it would be a smaller gap than that. Maybe there's a level 25 version, 30, 35, so you can, because the way they say it, and I can't remember whether they said it in the preview video or it's on here, which we'll find out in a minute if it's on here. they said, you can use it to break up the questing. So if the questing's like getting a bit monotonous and you're like, I want to break it up, but you can't use it like that with the way it's worded here. Because what if you're questing and you're level 45 and you're like, I want to break it up and go do some incursions? The level 50 is probably going to be too hard, and is the level 40 going to give enough XP? Now they're 5 levels lower. It's not how I saw it playing out in my head.
I think the leveling experience in phase 3 is going to be over so quick, much like, fucking our sex lives in general for most of us, I'm sure, that it's not going to be that much of a concern. Like, I hear what you're saying, but like the 40 to 50 experience will be like that. And it's not going to be a massive enough reason to kind of balance things around, because we've got the 50% experience buff and everything. Like people will be level 50 before they know it. And so like, I get it. I think like there's obviously the PvE implications of needing to have mob levels and all that, of why you separate. Like I initially thought they'd all be connected and it'd be one big thing as well, but I get why they've separated it this way. Like I said, the PvE thing, but also like, my presumption is, and I'm doing a lot of presuming because I'm a massive wanker, is that it's for PvP reasons as well. Like they want to try and maybe, water down or eliminate just, level 50s just skulking around the level 25s in these nightmare zones and being fuckwits.
Yeah, I question how it's going to, like who's going to do it? Like the 25 and the level 40 ones. Like Ghost said straight away, he's like, well, I'm just going to do Feralus and Hinterlands at 50. It's got to be, if they're going out of their way to make the content, and they've got a level 25 version, a 40 version, like at level 25, it's got to be enticing enough in some way to actually be used. I'd expect it to give a shitload of XP.
Well, that's what I was going to say. I presume it's really got to stop saying that word. Take a drink every time I say it. I'm guessing that it will be really decent experience, a la something like, maybe not as much as running a BFD at 25, 26, but like decent enough to make you go like, hey, this is a really good way to break up my leveling journey. I'm sick of dungeon spamming. I don't feel like questing. I'll go to the nightmare incursions. They want to give you a bit of a buffet of options in terms of, they know the leveling experience has become a bit stale through classic. People have done it a million times. We're fucking sick of it. They're trying to come up with new options and being like, well, hey, have you leveled over here? This is new, and make it worth their while. I'm sure it will be.
Yeah,
So
this
what's
is the
great-
thing I'm most excited about. Sorry, Go. Like this is mine's really quick. Like, yeah, this is the incursions were the one thing that I was like, oh mate, this could be actually banging. Because repeatable PvE content, small group PvE content, repeatable. All right, it's not dungeons, but closest thing. So I am kind of hoping. I want it to land. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
I want it to land.
Oh, so do I. And it's a reason to group up, like you say. I think they've done a good thing where, you and Voodoo are kind of saying the same. Voodoo in chat there, and you, Scotty, are sort of saying the same thing. Group up before you go in. But like, I feel like they've made it pretty clear that like, don't feel bad for going in solo. Like they recommend going in with 2 or 3 mates, but they're like, there will be stuff to do solo, so don't feel like you need to find friends, which I think is good, because I was screaming at them in phase 2 going like, look, I know it's an MMO and we're doing the whole like, if you're not in a guild or you're not playing with friends, you're a fucking loser angle, but like games do need solo content as well, and I'm glad that's there.
I always lose my train of thought. Sorry.
You spoke to let us know you got nothing to say.
I had something fucking brilliant lined up there, but it's gone now. No, so I feel like there was only really 2 options to level up so far, and it was you either dungeon grinded and just like melted your brain, or you tried to quest and you had to deal with layering issues. You'd be in the middle of a quest, you would randomly layer just by yourself, and then all the mobs around you all of a sudden are respawned. That happened to me a lot, Scotty. I see you give me a weird look. You were in a dungeon. You didn't experience that.
No, I did experience.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I weren't giving you a weird look. No, I was reading chat.
And if it wasn't like layering issues kind of like that, there was just so many people there in the zone killing the same mobs. They had long respawns. They did address that, to their credit, a little bit in phase 2. They reduced the respawn time of a lot of mobs, but this new incursion event is giving me a little bit of hope that if I don't want to melt my brain dungeon spamming for 10 levels and the open world is incredibly overpopulated or layering issues, lag, what have you, then hopefully this can be my go-to way to level up.
Yeah, and that's the whole point. But of course, when you went to those questing areas with every, man and his dog in the same area as you being a Boomkin PvP god, just, took out the rubbish, right?
Well, for 4 days of phase 2, we absolutely blasted and we one-shot with our Star Surge until the Redditors took over and controlled Blizzard and forced them to make a move.
Yeah, and an asshole Australian podcasters. Do you regret getting that Star Surge tattoo now?
Hey, I do have a Druid tattoo. It's not Star Surge, but
right.
No, I think the thing
yes, of course.
Oh, hang on, let me have a look. Have you got Druid? I didn't even know that, did I?
You resisted the pull of the Boomkin on the arse?
Oh, yeah, go on, go. Showing the guns. All right, you're making me feel bad now. Or turned on, one or the other.
I want a moonkin.
I didn't realise it was as hot here as it is in your room, Josh.
Scotty needs a second glass of ice to pour over himself now.
No, the thing I like, the sound about that, like, again, me and Go do actually, we play a lot together on all versions of the game. Like Wrath, Catabeta, Season of Discovery. So I like the thought of Nightmare Incursions being a little bit looser than like you need 5 or you need to do it solo. It's like, well, me and Go can just like group up and do 2 of us, or if Bob's around, let's get him in. Like we'll do 3-man.
Yeah.
I like that flexible content. So I want this to work.
Floaty, and I'm on board. I'm on board with the floaty nature of it. Just like, players that are lives, take who you've got. If it's just you, go. If there's 2 of you, go. Like you don't need like, oh, we've got to have a shaman tank, full party of 5, half bis, let's go. Like none of that shit.
So my concern with like the portals being tied to levels and stuff is the STV event. If let's say we're all level 50, we've grinded up, we've leveled up. We do the STV event. Now we have to go to fucking Feralus or Hinterlands from STV in order to do an incursion event instead of just going to Duskwood. That's going to feel really fucking bad.
Sounds like a skill issue.
Yeah, you set your hearth to fucking Hinterlands, you nub. I know. Buy a summon for 6 gold when inflation hits for phase 3. Yeah.
I guarantee you, though, I would guarantee you in a season like SOD, if it becomes apparent really quickly that the travel is an issue, they'll do something to take care of it.
I'm hoping that it's already been thought of, and this is not just like a brand new idea for them if they're listening right now.
Something easy to add to the rep vendor that's attached to it, isn't it? The Emerald Wardens, they give a an item at friendly or something where you can instantly teleport to one of the portal locations or something. I don't know.
Or even better, Scotty. Let's class lock it. Only a warrior can strike his sword through the air, creating a temporal rift that lets him instantly teleport to the hinterlands. Then we can have all the other classes crying about something.
I hope they do that. I'm down. And then watch all the warlocks be like, whoa, I want the instant portal there. They can have these shit little portals in Barrens where they can get a blue item.
Do you want a fucking treasure sniffing imp? I'll trade you.
What else have we got? So Incursions, have you got anything else to say about it? As I say, I've sort of like, until I see what it's like, I don't want to start, I'm going to say presuming and then take a drink.
Yeah, do it. Look, we know nothing. It's way too early to really dive in too deep on this thing. All we can say is obviously it's new PvE content. People throw around the term Classic Plus. Now, look, I know it's not in Azeroth per se, but it's fucking new leveling content. People who still want to say this isn't Classic Plus, and everyone's got their own different definition of Classic Plus. I don't know what more to tell you. Be happy. It could be cool. Let's see what it is.
My only other gripe with this event is that yet again it's an age-old argument for World of Warcraft. This is a PvE focused event that's going to reward you with PvP gear.
Yeah,
that's fair.
And it's like a pre-PvP 6 set. And even like some of the trinkets and rings and epics coming from it, it's loaded with stamina. So it's geared towards those PvP players. So is it really a PvE event? We'll see.
I didn't even think about that. That's a good point.
I just want PvP brought back on the menu in Phase 3 as well, and I'm sure
think it's
you're with
loaded
me.
up. Yeah.
I fucking hope so, because that's the other thing that I feel people will laugh at me for saying this and think I'm an idiot, but I feel that PvP was deleted from the game in Phase 2, and people are like, oh, what do you mean? STV's right there. That was an epic PvP event, man. And like, I don't mind if you call me a gatekeeper for saying this, but I'm like, that's not real PvP. Let's be honest. That's not real PvP.
No, that's get a group of 5 mages in AoE.
Yeah, and then you always get the clap back of, oh, sorry, Mr. Gatekeeper, tell me what real PvP is to you. It's like, mate, I'll know it when I see it, but it ain't that.
Yeah, no, I agree. But I do true. Again, it's great that I'm talking to you two, because I always look at things from a PvE perspective, because I'm not that interested in PvP. The one thing I will say is I do like outdoor PvP, world PvP. One of my favorite things is leveling on a PvP server and killing everyone that I see. Especially if I'm an overpowered class, like a rogue or something, where you can just delete people and, then think, I'll ruin their day. Like, I like that because I'm a bit of a cunt. But this could really make that come alive at all level brackets. You're going to have level 25s go in and going, I want to get a bit of XP, go and doing it. There'll be a group of 5 or 3, 4, whatever, that go to the one in Ashenvale, and then there's going to be loads of other people thinking the same thing, and it's all going to kick off outside. The only thing I don't want is it specifically says on here, though PvP will occur on a PvP server in these. It says in. I don't think in a PvE focused instanced area, the PvP should be outside. It should be everyone fighting outside. Then you go in and you're pretty safe and you can do your missions or quests or whatever you want to call them inside. So I'm not like trying to say, no, we don't want world PvP, but I think the PvP should be outside, around the vendor outside and around the portal, and you're like dying trying to get in. But then when you're inside doing PvE content, it seems weird being... Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what your thoughts are on that,
I just, like I said, I'm guessing it's going to be, no different to any part of the world. Like if you're on a PvP server, just like nothing changes. And I'm totally okay with that. Like that's what I want. I want to go through these nightmare portals, and I know they're going to be popular. And, I'm a world PvP guy, and I just want to hunt. That's all I want. Is I'm there for blood. I want to fucking find people. I want to take them down 1-on-1 or a good 2v1. I personally would love to see it be ripe for PvP shenanigans as well. But like, it's the risk reward thing. You want to go there for rep. Well, there's going to be a lot of players there as well doing the same thing, and everyone's PvP flagged on a PvP server. So have fun.
Yeah, no, that's fair. So what do we think of Scowl? Like, go. Like you was about to talk anyway, so say whatever you wanted to say. But then, how big do we think it's going to be inside? If you was to compare it to the map of an instance, is it going to be as big as Dead Mines? Is it going to be as big as, like, what are your thoughts if you was to guess?
The only thing I was going to say was that I hope it's not free for all, where it's a faction versus themselves, like the STV event inside of there. So it's I can, as a Horde player, if I go into the Nightmare Incursion, all of a sudden I'm flagged to other Horde players, that sort of deal. Hopefully it's just Horde versus Alliance, Alliance versus Horde. But scale-wise, I just have no idea what their idea for this is. I know people have said that there's some sort of zone that was out there in Classic or something that they could be using for this event, but I just didn't dive into that. I would imagine like in a Arathi Highlands type area, there's because they've also included that there's going to be like gathering profession tied quest where you have to have like mining, skinning, herbalism. And Arathi Highlands kind of fits my kind of idea for that type of event.
I think we're overthinking it. Just think of it as another zone. It's just another zone.
It's a brand new zone.
Well, could it be the zone? You go in the Ashenvale portal, and it's actually Ashenvale. You know, but it's the nightmare version of Ashenvale.
Well, to be honest, that's what I was expecting. I was, because like, you know, again, think of like I'm kind of thinking of practical dev time and whatnot. Like, I don't know if people would like be upset about this. Personally, I don't give a shit, and like, call me part of the problem. But if I walk up to this portal and I right click it, and all that changes is the color palette of the zone in front of me, and I'm very clearly now in the alternate freaky nightmare version of this zone. Number one, that's what I'm expecting. Number two, I don't care. I'm fine with that.
Yeah, I think what you're expecting is right. Like, I only just thought about it then. I've been thinking a lot about these incursions and what they might look like, but then I literally just dawned on me that it was because Go said about Arathi Highlands. I'm like, why would you end up in Arathi Highlands? You know, you go in the portal, or you click on it, or however it's going to work, and then, you're just now in the nightmare version of exactly the same zone, which then makes sense with mining, skinning, herbalism. So you've got mobs to skin. You'd just be running around and skinning, but you're all in that same. So it's just you're on a different version of Ashenvale if you go in the Ashenvale one.
Yeah.
But if it's Feralus and Hinterlands I have to do, I don't know if I really care for those two zones as an event.
As spooky versions of themselves.
It's just, it wouldn't make sense to me. Yeah. And
Duskwood is cool.
That would give us a third Ashenvale. Like, we've got the Ashenvale PvP event like zone. We've got the normal outside of the event zone. And then now we've got the Nightmare Incursion version of the zone. It would seem weird if it was like that, but
it would it'd be easy for them to do
happen
because thinking about Duskwood, and on the basis there's going to be bosses that are going to need 5 people or whatever, you know, they could easily just then have a nightmare touched more Ladim, you know, where it's now it's the same elite that's wandering around, but he's slightly harder or whatever, you know.
Because the practical alternative there is, unless, and I don't think they've done this, but unless they've designed, let's call it half a zone, unless they've designed half a new zone where you right click the portal, you do get taken to a strange new place that you've never seen before, that's, you know, got some form of terrain differences, and, you know, you walk up a hill over there's some water over there, whatever the fuck it might be. But it's been copy pasted across all of the level bands. So whether you click on the 25, the 40, or the 50, it's going to look the same. It's the same zone, but maybe the mob levels have changed. That's the alternative they could do. I don't think that's what we're getting.
Yeah, that makes sense.
They did make it kind of easy and noticeable for the STV event to just turn the zone kind of orange, amber, reddish, and let that be known. Hey, yeah, this event's going on. So if they just tilted that towards like purple or something like dark blue or something for these Nightmare Incursions, I could see them going that route. Just putting up a moon or something that's glowing blue for this incursion event.
Yeah, I mean,
once you click on it,
we've spoke a lot about the incursion anyway. I think probably enough where we've got to the point where we're just hoping, you know, hoping that what we want is what it's going to be. All I want is it to be good. Oh, I just hope that I've got reason to do it, and then I'll be happy.
I want it to be really shit, to be honest with you.
Yeah,
like really shit.
So what?
Yeah.
So
that's my personal preference.
So you can do a proper hate video about it.
So I can just wake up in the morning and just be like, just injecting hatred into me, going, "Oh, look out, algorithm! Here I come."
Fuck this place.
I've wanted PTR for this. I know everybody's against it, but I feel like without PTR, this is going to be like the STV event, the Ashenvale event. It's going to start off the first 2 weeks an absolute fucking shit show.
100%. 100%.
People are going to be able to abuse the fuck out of getting rewards somehow. They're going to figure it out, and then it's going to get patched. And then people later on aren't going to be able to take advantage of that. And then they're going to bitch about it, and it's going to be a whole thing. And I'm ready for it.
You're 1,000% spot on. And all I can say as a follow on from that is not only will all that happen, but I'm, you know, again, I keep asking gamers to call me out, but I'm going to say this to the gamers out there who were offended by something like that happening in the first week of the event. get the fuck over it. Like, this hasn't been tested. It's going to be, you know, in a very different state, like Go said, 2 weeks after launch than it was at the start. They will tinker with it and make it better over time as like metas develop and, you know, just bugs are there and whatnot. Like, just fucking get over it. Just deal with it.
They'll make it better over time. Let's look at the STV event really quick, Josh.
Well, no, STV, I agree. I'm not the world's biggest fan of the STV event, but objectively, it is 100 times better than it was on day one.
Yeah.
It still lagged for me last night.
Same with Ashen Vale. You literally just take a slice in time. Ashen Vale day 1 versus Ashen Vale day 20, let's say. Same thing with STV. STV day 1 versus STV day 20. They're almost different events. Like they changed enough structurally to be like, I really liked Ashen Vale at the end, and I know that wasn't an overly popular opinion, but I thought like the final state of Ashen Vale was pretty close to like spot on. When you did Ashen Vale properly, you know, and I screamed at people on my show, like, just wake up at 6 o'clock in the morning one day and do an Ashen Vale just for funsies, just, you know. When not everyone's online and people actually do it like the intended way, it's so fucking fun.
I preferred Ashen Vale. I'm a bit weird though. I preferred Ashen Vale to STV, and I prefer Black Fathom Deeps to Gnomragon. So you know, like I'm always saying the unpopular thing as well. But the thing I will say is, in terms of what Go said about PTR testing, I half agree. And I say half. I don't think Phase 3 should be PTR tested. Full stop. But I think the PvP events should. So potentially you could put incursions in there. So not like see the rewards. Don't see any of the rewards. Don't see, like, turn XP off. So you're not going to get XP. So you don't even know what you're going to get in there. You know, turn off any reason for doing it, but test it to see what we do. How do we try and exploit it? How do we try and break it? That's the only thing I'd like to see.
I'm not opposed to that. I just wonder if it's technically possible, as silly as that sounds. I wonder if they can flick some of the switches, but not all of them on, let's release a PTR that only has a little bit of the content enabled.
Yeah, probably not. Probably not. And that's probably why they don't do it. But, you know, like ST, wouldn't it have been great to, before Phase 1 launched, we, you know, while everyone was hyped and like, oh my God, Phase 1 season of Discovery, if we had a couple of a couple of Ashen Vale weekends where we all got level 25 template characters with no runes, none at all, just literally use 25 with all your normal abilities that you get, and then just see what happens. No, that's it. Like, don't have it, the mobs drop the quest item, don't like nothing. Just see what happens, make sure it works. Again, I know that I'm always going to split the audience saying that, because some people love the fact about Season of Discovery, you know, that it is like not tested and we all get to experience it for the first time together, which I do love. Don't get me wrong, it's great. But at the same time, if there's something really frustrating, like I know people who are not playing Season of Discovery anymore because of the STV event, where they just hated it that much and they didn't want to farm PvE gear in it. And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying they're in the right, because just don't do it. You're going to get, like, what, as a mage, you're going to get an extra 5 spell power or something. Like, it's not that big of a deal. Get over it and go and do something else. But, you know, people take it that seriously, where if you could have had Phase 2 launch with the STV event in the state that it's in now, because they knew what we was going to do and you was going to wait. I mean, I fucking called what everyone was going to do anyway. I said before the STV event went live that everyone would be AoEing on the graveyard. I didn't need to see it. I knew what was going to happen.
They did, mages, Scotty, you did this as well, broke Gnomragon the first couple weeks, where you would blink through a portal and you could trash farm. And if that had been PTR'd, that could have been addressed, that could have been figured out, like, oh yeah, this wall that has been used for the last 20 years.
I wouldn't PTR test the raids. I like the raids to be a surprise. But
so I don't know. I was going to say, can we be honest? Regardless of, you know, maybe Ashen Vale, maybe STV, would be fine to work out the kinks so we don't lose a week or two to development time. I think I don't think it's outrageous to say we can all probably agree, and I don't just mean us three. I think every fucking player of SOD can easily, probably universally agree that having no PTR or beta for any of this shit is the better decision.
So no PTR
Yeah.
in regards to add-on development. So I absolutely loved that there was fucking memes on Twitter about Counterspell, bro. Like, what are you guys doing on the last boss of Nomer? Interrupt the cast. And if there was a PTR, then DBM would be able to use the API and have interrupt countdowns for abilities from the bosses. So that part, yeah, like
on that though, like, mate, it's funny you use that example. Like, I regularly had raiders say, "Oh, DBM's broken, so I can't interrupt," and I'm like, I'm sorry, maybe my brain is broken, but I'm pretty sure you don't need DVM to know when to interrupt something.
For the most part, you don't. Yeah. So like I am a big proponent of no add-ons. Like Plunderstorm, if they took that mindset into classic SOD season 2 and there was no add-ons for it, I would be all for that shit. Like that's up my alley. Like fuck add-ons. But at the same time, like if there was no PTR, add-ons wouldn't be able to have that leg up. So that's the only thing that's bringing me towards no PTR, but I would still like a PTR.
No, I'm personally, I'm totally fine with how it's been. I'm like, you know, I know they've had like limited PTRs for just like making sure the patch doesn't break the game, but disabling all the new SOD phase content. No testing of any future content has been totally fine with me. It hasn't bothered me, even in a world where I'm paying a subscription to the game. It just hasn't bothered me to have a week or two of wonkiness as, you know, some of the cobwebs get pulled out due to not being able to test in advance. I think it's actually worked really well so far.
And in their defense, they have been quite on the ball. You know, it's like it's not like it's been bugged for 3-4 weeks. Like, you know, sometimes they'll find it out and it's fixed in a day. You know, literally. So I think that's good.
That's the part that's been driving me up the wall, is that like it's so obvious how much SOD means to them and how, you know, via their response time to all that stuff, like you just referenced, Scotty, and like it drives me up the fucking wall to see dead shit gamers still reach for the same old jokes because they're fucking idiots. Of every time something happens that they disagree with in SOD, the knee-jerk comment is, "Oh, you know, well, when it's fucking 2 people on their team and they're both half asleep, you know, I guess this is what you get with Season of Discovery," completely ignoring like the times where reactions are very, very quick to Ashen Veil, to the STV event. You know, phase 1 classes, they were on things pretty quickly, and everyone wants to point at Shaman and be like, "Oh, well, fucking they're sitting on that one." Yeah, but they are class balancing, and it's not happening every week, but there is class balancing happening. So like, I don't know, I just lose my shit every time I see that comment of like, it's been a joke for 5 years now of like the 3.5 people on the SOD team, on the classic team, and it's like, mate, you don't get to use that excuse anymore if they don't do any work on the game, because they clearly fucking are.
I think
Well,
what
they
people...
also-
Go on, go.
They also say that it's one team for multiple projects for Classic. So now that we know the Cata Beta is out, we know there's multiple big game-breaking bugs on the Cata Beta. How much of the dev team is going to be working on that? Well, like how much of the dev team is going to be working on the phase 3 SOD launch?
And we know Raf's about to change massively as well. You know, it's not, so you got Cata Beta, Raf, which, you know, is going to go into the Cata pre-patch, Season of Discovery. Honestly, like, it doesn't matter about my personal enjoyment of Season of Discovery and what I prefer. Like, I've got so much more respect for Blizzard since they done Season of Discovery because of how quick they've been reacting on things. And I didn't expect it, because of what they said. Because if you will remember, they said at the start, it's not about balancing each phase. Like, you know, we almost don't care. It's like, you know, we'll wait and we'll let the metas form, and then we'll see if we need to do anything. They made it sound like it was going to be a very hands-off approach. We're going to put the phase out and go, we'll let it ride, but they didn't. Which that's a big deal to me. The fact that they do intervene.
Both of your points I need to touch on there, what Go said and what you said, Scotty, because they're both very, very important to hit on sort of in the right way. Where, Scotty, I think that, this small class, and it is a small team, like we keep saying, I don't know what the number is. I always just guess in my head, like, I don't know, fucking 25 to 30 people. I have no idea. This small classic team, with the release of SOD, has garnered more positive PR for Blizz in just a short few months than I can remember them accumulating, over the last couple of years. I don't know. They are very much so, well, they definitely were at launch and very much so probably still are now, the darling of Irvine, in terms of like they're the celebrities on, big men and women on campus because they've got the shit hot new product. And I can tell you, I got told that the higher ups were very, as you would be, very, very happy with the classic team after SOD's release, because it fucking did some numbers, and the people that crunched the numbers very much so noticed, and there were a lot of pats on the back, coming for the classic team, and they're well deserved. So internally it was a hit, externally it was a hit. But then to go towards Go's point about this balancing now of multiple games by this small team, I sort of talk about phase 2 as being a bit of a dud phase, and I think it was never more obvious that they are stretched. Obviously, we know they're stretched across multiple products, but it wasn't much of an issue until now, and phase 2 really suffered because it became more apparent than ever that they were getting pulled in several directions, and like you've noted, Scotty, the kata beta was in all sorts, like easily the worst of any of the betas we've seen over the last 5 years. It was not even close, like shockingly like raw. And maybe Kata might launch in a fine state. I don't know. There's a lot of work to be done, but they're caught between developing SOD, they're developing new raids for level 50 and 60. They're developing these nightmare incursions. They're trying to balance classes in SOD. They're also trying to, Kata, and as we've known with previous expansions in Classic, this stuff is not plug and play. It wasn't like, oh, let's just do vanilla, let's just do TBC, let's just do Wrath Classic, and it's like you plug in the USB and it's good to go. There is a shitload of development time and things to work out to make it work in a modern age. And, Kata, with not having 100% of their focus stuck on it, suffered as a result at the beta launch phase. So, like, I give them, it's a hard, and I'd be really interested to hear both of your guys' takes on this. I've been not so much struggling on my podcast, but I've been incredibly empathetic where I'm like, I give you, it's not for me to fucking excuse, as though my word matters to excuse the classic team, but like, I give them a pass for phase 2 where I'm like, all right, this was the moment in time on the calendar where you guys were going to be fucking flat out and the size of your team was going to be a problem here. So I'll give you a pass that there had to be a designated dud phase. Cool. It was phase 2, whatever. But I wouldn't take it as far as being like, while I'm making, people would say, oh, you're making too many excuses for the team, Josh, you're, fucking go suck Blizzard's dick, blah, blah, blah. I'm not taking it as far as carrying on to phase 3 where like, oh, it's okay. It's okay if the game's, kind of not that fun and a bit rough in phase 3. You guys are busy. No, we pay a subscription and Blizzard knows this. Everyone on the classic team would say this. They have an obligation to us as customers to keep a decent product out there, a fun product out there for us to play. And I think in a quieter moment of admission, you probably would get the classic devs saying, yeah, phase 2 was a bit light. We apologize. I'm not going to apologize for them, do a fake apology, you know what I mean? But I think they would admit that phase 2 was a bit light and they want to do a bit more for us in phase 3. So that pass that I've personally said that's okay, you know, my $20 a month, whatever, through phase 2, whatever, the game's still mostly fun, whatever. It's just a lot of stuff I'm not enjoying. But that you're not grandfathered into phase 3. Like once you get Kata done, it's jobs back on. Let's make SOD fucking, you know, pump again. Do you guys know what I'm saying? I'd love to hear your thoughts on this. So I've been stuck between being understanding, but also being like, you don't get to pass the whole time.
So I just want to go next because I'll be quick, because then I can go for a piss, get some ice, make a drink. It's funny because you're going from a completely different angle to me, but we're both reaching the same conclusion. You know, obviously, on the other hand, I'm playing the Kata beta, and everyone's like, man, this is shit. Like, this don't work. This is bugged. And I'm like, it's a beta. This is fine. If it launched like this...
What betas are for.
Yeah, if it launched like this, that's a different story. If you want to play a polished game, wait until it launches. You know, like, and then complain. But, like, that's why I'm okay with the fact that the beta's in a bit of a state. Because they've got Season Discovery Phase 3 launching tomorrow. They've been working on Phase 3. They've also then got new content that's coming to Kata. So, like you said, it's not plug and play and then Kata launches. They're adding Heroic Plus. They're changing the way guild experience works. I don't want to make this about Kata, but you get what I'm saying. I'm looking at it from a different angle, but ultimately I'm like, I'm okay that this is the worst beta they've ever released. Because they've done it wrong, but they're like in a rush to try and get it out because they have got Season of Discovery to worry about. But where you'll be pissed off if Phase 3 launches and it's in a bit of a shit show because of Kata, I'll be pissed off if Kata launches and it's got the bugs that were in on the beta because of SOD.
100%. Yeah, if Kata suffers because of SOD, it's funny. We are literally looking at the same final point, which is from different angles there. Go just before you jump in. I really want to hear what you got to say. But Scotty, I just want to say one thing for the listeners. I don't want to get, and it's you weren't twisting me around or anything there. I just want to really emphasize this so people don't think I think this way. I am very much so with you and completely agree that betas exist where shit is meant to be broken. Like that's the point of a beta, is a company comes out and says, hey, this is a bit busted, will you help us fix it? And we're fixing it on our end, and you know, it's a thing. I get that. All I was really highlighting is that, like you say, the Kata beta is blatantly in a worse spot than any of the other betas. So my concern for the launch state is at a higher level than it was with any other expansion, but I'm not bashing them for shit being broken in a beta like that. That's 100% fine. I get it.
I agree. Go.
I'll try, because I always like hyper focus on what you guys are saying, and instead of like making an argument for or against at the same time. So I'm going to do my best here, but I wanted to bring us all the way back to BlizzCon, and I feel like Season of Discovery might have been available to launch either at BlizzCon or before BlizzCon, but they had to like hold it off for that. And then that might be the starting point of where a backlog of content overlap started, because now we've got all these things that are being worked on at the same time, and I think it is kind of noticeable that things are being worked on that way. And Cataclysm pre-patch is coming, Phase 3 is coming at like the same time, and I don't know where I'm going with this.
No, I'm with you. Let me help you out. Go. Like,
yeah.
In terms of divvying up the workload, like to extrapolate on your point about maybe the origins of SOD, I think that my understanding is like this was a pitch from the Classic team to the higher ups going like, hey, we're in a situation with the Classic franchise where we're at the end of Wrath. We're kind of at a bit of a crossroads where we're going to continue on into Kata, but like a lot of our player base doesn't want to play Kata. We're about to lose a shitload of customers unless we do something here for like the Classic fans that were all about that, either that vanilla gaming or that original trilogy. And I think that they've, you know, thrown their balls on the table, the Classic team, and said, look, we've got an idea. We kind of want to do something a bit new, but it's going to require, you know, extra development by us, development on new content by us, probably some longer hours and probably realistically more money from you guys because we need more hires. Like, we are a small team and we're not asking to become a large team, but we need a fucking few more people. So you guys will have to, somewhat whip out the checkbook a little bit. And they got the green light to do that because obviously the pitch was enough to titillate the management to push on. But the second that SOD came into existence, the second that something was created that required, new development time from the classic team, was always going to push them to uncomfortable territory where, like we could keep stressing, it's a small team. They were probably busy enough just managing vanilla TBC and Wrath Classic. You know what I mean? Like, that was a team of probably 15 to 20 people that were still busy. They weren't sitting around, I know we like to say that they were doing nothing, but they still had to develop these betas, pull the game from beta into launch, manage the game, all through its life cycle. And then through Wrath, we started to see mild instances of actual development. They did decide to change some things up. And that's when Agrend became more of a public figure because he became the public voice of the intentions of the team to, change the timeline a bit and fuck with the meta. So once they were busy already, and then they take it upon themselves to get doubly or triply busy and have to make new shit themselves. And I just think that I love their ambition and I'm so glad they did it. But I think you'd probably hear them say, like, it's a fucking lot of work and sometimes it might be too much work. And we just felt that through phase 2. And I hope that, obviously they catch back up with the release of Kata. But yeah, I mean, as soon as SOB was announced, we were always going to get here at some stage or another. Sorry, Go. I hope that wasn't too tangential to what you were trying to raise.
No, you're good. I think what I was trying to hint at was that they announced Kata is supposed to be a shorter cadence of what it was originally. And then now that's like Wrath is catered on far too long at this point, I think. Like, ICC has been out for past its due. Everybody's over that raid. Ruby Sanctum's been out for quite a long time. So it is time for pre-patch. Like, pre-patch should be here this week or a couple weeks earlier than it like right now. And it's not even here yet. And then that overlap with phase 3 kind of landing at the same time frame, it's just hard for them to balance right now, I think. And then each version of Classic now is like, oh, we're bored. Like, we want something to do. And it's like, they're trying to give us something, but then it's like, oh, there's some people that are saying phase 3 is too early. But if you look at websites that track like raid data, like Ironforge Pro, I tend to go towards there. There's started to be a drop off in raiders that are logging Nomergon. So for me, it's a perfect time for phase 3 to launch. But then they also have a beta of Cataclysm that needs a lot of dev time. So there's a lot of work that needs to be done, and the timing of everything is just coming to a head right now, and it's just not looking good for them. And they have that, I know that they hate giving timelines, and they did have that timeline that they came out with that was like, early spring for Kata beta and all that stuff. And then I know they don't want to deviate from that too far. They've already adjusted it once. I'm sure they don't want to do it again. So it's like they're stuck in this position now where it's like, do we stick to this timeline and maybe release like not a shittier product, but a product that has minor bugs in it? Like, I'm sure they're prioritizing which bugs need to be fixed right away, which can maybe slide through the cracks for a pre-patch like Kata was originally launched in. And I know this is Kata talk. Sorry, Scotty. I don't mean to talk about Kata. I know you hate it.
I know. Yeah. Just stop it.
We need to get back on the season of Discovery topic here.
Oh, no, by the way, guys, I'm more than happy to talk to about Kata after like sometime soon. Like, my body is ready. But anyway.
Yeah. But I just want to put like, so what's interesting, okay, like you probably can see by my face when I'm intentively listening, I'm really taking in everything you're saying. And I love the fact that Go...
Or trying to fart.
Yeah, it could look like that. But like, Go's gone for the very gamer approach. of what the gamer expects. Josh, you've gone for a more business approach, and I like to. It was interesting listening to both. But Blizzard have got a small, again, we don't know exact numbers, a small classic development team. This is their perfect pitch to expand their team because they're sat there right now. Obviously, if you want to hire someone when you're in a company like Blizzard, who is ultimately owned by Microsoft, you need justification to spend that $60,000, $70,000 a year on that head. You have to show what that head is going to provide. And if they go, look, Season of Discovery Phase 1, when we had less to do because Wrath was just ticking over, this is what we done. Look at the numbers going up. Look at the amount of subscribers coming. And then it dipped because we had to move, Jane, Bob, and Danny off of Season of Discovery onto Cataclysm. If we could get those 3 extra heads, it could very well be a good opportunity for Blizzard to actually make the team better, which then none of the games are going to suffer. Hopefully.
No, I agree. I just want to say 2 quick things on what Go said. Number one, Go, I'm right with you on, I think the 8-week turnaround between for Phase 2 was spot on. I tweeted last week and it became like my biggest tweet ever, which is not saying much, but everyone jumped on because I was like, it's true. In Phase 1, it was 10 weeks. And I was one of many, 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 many people who were like, oh, to be honest, it felt 2 weeks too long. It wasn't like the end of the world, but it just felt 2 weeks too long at 10 weeks. So then they come out in Phase 2 and do 8 weeks. I think it's fucking perfect. But then a lot of people came out and said it was too short. And, my tweet was like, fucking settle down, Goldilocks. 10's too high, 8's too short. Like, just fucking shut up. And that includes myself in that argument. But I think 8 weeks is spot on. But the other point you raised was, and this goes to you, Scotty, as well. One of the points, and this is where I get to demonstrate that I do listen to the podcast. One of the points that you guys raised on an earlier episode, I think, Scotty, this was your point, and I have never so vigorously nodded my head in agreement with something. I wouldn't be shocked as well, Scotty, if the Kata timeline is pushed along to something much more akin to a 12-month turnaround. I think they're very aware of, not to say Kata's a shit game. I'm looking forward to playing it. Scotty, you love it. I just think they're acutely aware of the minimalized appeal of Kata. Let's euphemistically put it that way. And they are very aware of how much more desire there might be amongst the community for MOP. And they are happy. I mean, wasn't TBC 15 months? I think they're more than happy to very quickly usher Kata along. And I wouldn't be shocked in the slightest, Scotty, if they did exactly what you suggested. And it's, fucking wham, bam, thank you, man, 12 months with Kata.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, I couldn't agree more because I said it. But but I also feel like there's a lot of love for Kata. Believe it or not, I've seen it.
No, there is
more.
There is.
Yeah. There's a lot of hate about Kata, but there's a lot of people that love Kata. I'm hoping that I'm hoping it gets the attention it deserves, but doesn't outstay its welcome. Like for me, I've played every Wrath server, private server that's launched in the last probably 7 or 8 years. And Wrath Classic is getting to that point where I'm like, mate, this is just fucking, this is too long now, and this is Classic. Yeah. We're meant to be getting through them quicker, so I'm hoping, I don't want Kata to fly past so fast that we don't get to enjoy the content, but at the same time, you've only got 3 tiers. You've got 3 tiers of content. Yeah. You've got the first raids, so Bastion of Twilight, BWD, Throne of the Four Winds, then Firelands, which has got 7 bosses, Dragon Soul with a handful of bosses as well, and then you're done. If you had 4 months of each of those, boom, done. Let's move on to MUP. I could live with that. But as long as it gets the attention it deserves, I don't want it just being. I don't want them being like, well, this is the end of Classic anyway. We're not going to bother with MUP, so fuck it, whatever. People have wasted $80 or whatever it was. It was quite expensive, the deluxe edition that came with a boost and everything. But for them, they've got to be looking at their fucking bank balance, thinking the quicker we get through this, quicker we can get to the MOP pre-order deluxe editions and boosts
that
people are going to flock back for. Because it happened before. It's going to happen again. There'll be loads of people that quit and don't play Kata, but they'll come back for the MOP pre-patch and they'll buy a they'll buy a boost to get them straight back in, to the pre-patch of MOP. Like Blizzard are on for a winner. I don't know where it goes from there. Like, me personally, I'd go as far as they go, but.
Can I take the bull by the horns and let's fully lean as hard as we can into this Kata segue? Is that all right?
Yeah, do it.
Mate, I'm ready. If I could, fuck sod, I'm going to be playing it for the next fucking 72
Can I do one
hours.
more thing before you do, Josh?
Yeah, no, go.
Just one more, because this tilted me so fucking hard the other day. It's a day ago this post went out. The whole bush/crate meta that's in SOD now, when they announced, oh yeah, this is supposed to feel vanilla. Turning yourself into a fucking bush and a crate.
I've got that on the screen, ready to talk
perfect.
about. Don't worry, it's there. Because I thought we were playing Metal Gear Warcraft. I didn't know what was going on.
I didn't even want to log in after servers went live on Tuesday yesterday. I was like, what the fuck am I playing at this point? I thought this was supposed to feel vanilla. People aren't supposed to be a fucking bush in STV when I do the STV event and then pop out of stealth out of nowhere. What the fuck is this?
We'll get to that. Good, Josh.
My only thing on that. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. Don't let me rush us on to Kata if we're not ready.
No, we can after this. Yeah.
My only thing on that was, look, I love vanilla very much so. I, dedicated way too much of my time, and energy over the last few years to covering the game. But like, I've taken a really flexible mindset through SOD, and seeing something like the bush or the crate, like I do respect where you're coming from, Go. I don't respect you as a person, but I respect you on this point. I just disagree. It doesn't offend me. It doesn't overly offend me in any way. But like the retort that you hear so often with anything that people disagree with in Season of Discovery is the exact one that you've just ripped out there, Go, which is that doesn't feel very classic to me, or that doesn't feel very vanilla to me. And I've been sort of putting forward this point a lot on the podcast over the last couple of months, where it's like, well, whilst it's undeniable that, this is, like we say, we joke whether or not it's Classic Plus, and classic gameplay is the inspiration behind Season of Discovery, and they want that vanilla type feel behind a lot of the things that you do. We also have to ride with this game with the thought in mind that it's also meant to be something new on its own right. And like, I often just, meet the retort with when people say, well, that doesn't feel very classic. And I say, well, that's good, because this isn't classic. It's Season of Discovery, which is just an easy sort of, they're equally kind of low effort retorts, if that makes sense. And I'm not having a go at you for saying it, Go, because it's so easy to say, and I've been guilty of saying it too, but they're both kind of like just the easy, it's not classic. It's not meant to be classic. Like, but both are kind of true in a weird way. But it's not meant to be classic. This is their time to experiment and fuck around and do something new. And there are going to be elements of like more modern features in this game. And whether you like to admit it or not, Go, there are modern features in Season of Discovery that you're enjoying right now that you don't whip out that excuse for.
No, I love that they're experimenting. Don't get me wrong. I'm just giving them a stab at them saying, oh, we want vanilla friction in the game. It takes an hour for you to send mail to yourself, not even just other players. And then that was their full-on stance for phase 1. And then that's withered away to phase 2. And now phase 3, we've got fucking bushes.
I'm just offended that you don't want to turn into a bush. But I tell you what, so just to piggyback on what Josh said, because I think it's funny. Someone earlier on, I didn't pin the comment. I didn't even address the comment. The person may still be watching now. Conversation moved on, so I didn't ignore them for any particular reason. But when I mentioned the fact about wearing a tabard and doing dungeons, giving you reasons to do dungeons, maybe you get a shoulder enchant or whatever, they was like, oh, wait, let's just go play retail, shall we? the reason
Oh,
that
I was going to respond to the same comment and I held it too.
but now you've just said that, I'm thinking what I wanted to say was how are you enjoying Season of Discovery with all your retail abilities that you're using on your character? Is that working out well for you?
100%. You're fucking. I was going to go after that comment, but I thought I'd just semi-attack someone in chat before. Maybe I won't do it again. But yeah, I really wanted to respond. I'm glad you said that, Scotty, because you're right. And like, I don't say what I said to be mean to Go. Go knows I fucking love him. But like, I do mean to make people rather pensive when I say exactly what you just said, Scotty. You said it better than me. Is like, you are picking and choosing where to raise this argument because you are enjoying certain modern or retail elements of SOD, but because you're enjoying it, you're not bitching about it. But when something you don't like comes in the game, which is inevitable because they're experimenting, now it's, oh, fuck this is just fucking retail now. Are you fucking serious?
Exactly. It's not retail and it's not classic. Like, get that in your head that it's neither. It's Season of Discovery. Yeah, like, not you, Go. Having a go at you. And I like having a go at you, to be honest. But just in general, yeah, there's no in between. It's a standalone game. It's a standalone seasonal server. They'll do shit you don't like, and they'll do shit that you will like. But you can't say at the thought of having a tabard to do dungeons wearing is retail when you're literally using some abilities that are in Dragonflight. It's like, what are you fucking talking about?
It felt very hypocritical to see something like this implemented in SOD, which to me, from my understanding from the devs, was supposed to feel vanilla, and it just didn't feel vanilla. I am fully for it not feeling like vanilla. I want to have instant mail. I want to have some more quote unquote retail stuff. I would love to have random dungeon finder in Season of Discovery. So it was just weird for me to see that as like something to be discovered. It was like, is this more Plunderstorm bullshit that's getting tied into SOD, and that's the only reason that it's there because you can turn into a bush in Plunderstorm?
To keep you going, Go, to keep you going, can you just tell everyone what you're talking about? So with these, like, I've got the post on the screen, but I mean, we're talking about the bushes and crates. We've not mentioned where they come from, what the point of them is. You know, do you want to explain that first?
I can a little bit. So when I looked through the data mining items before this whole thing even launched on Tuesday, and I saw the empty supply crate, and it says find a use or something like that for supply crates that you couldn't fill or something. And I thought that it was going to be a new way to get reputation with the event. I didn't know it was going to be, hey, turn your fucking character into a crate. Like, and then now there's a bargain bush. You can turn yourself into a bush and move around while you're like cloaked as a bush. It's too much world PvP advantage for classes that don't have stealth for me.
What have you got against the bush?
He's
what have you got against the bush?
He's really offended by this, Josh. I don't know why.
Yeah, what's wrong with a bit of fuzz? Live life on the wild side. Come on.
As a druid, I can get an advantage on classes that can't stealth, and to me, this is giving everybody a fucking stealth. So this entirely changes world PvP to me.
This is the angriest I've seen Go, and I said earlier that he's got a micro penis, and he's more annoyed by this.
But you do have to get up to revered, I guess, in order to get these things from the.
No, you can get you can get the bargain bush, which obviously I'm assuming it's a play on words, and it's the burning bush. You know, they're going along those lines, I would guess. But you can get that at Honored.
Oh, so as long as you're honored, you can cloak in the open world and stealth from people that could potentially attack you. Cool.
Go on, Josh.
It doesn't bother me. I've not devoted much thought to this thing. It really doesn't bother me. I don't know what else to say.
I looked at it and I was like, honestly, this was my reaction. Or more or less in real time. I went, you can be a bush or a crate. Is there any other news? That was pretty much what
Can it be a light pole?
No, would you fancy that? Anyway. Just what was I going to say? Fuck, one more thing.
If it
forgotten now.
incurs a GCD for you to get out of the bush and back to your normal self, then fine. But if you can be a fucking bush and you can fear me when I run by you as a priest, fuck that. I need to at least be able to react to this bush turning into a character. And, oh, I know it's a priest. I can war stomp them now before they can fear me or something like that. I want to have some sort of counterplay to a bush attacking me.
A match?
I would think they probably would do a GCD. Like that's very up their alley of vanilla friction. Like with
That would be friction,
the rogues have begged for Shadow Step to not incur the GCD, to be an OGCD ability, but I think that they've stayed resolute in keeping Shadow Step on the GCD for that slightly annoying wonkiness of vanilla flavor. And it does feel like if Shadow Step were in vanilla, this is probably how it would operate, you know. So I kind of would expect them to do the GCD thing, but we'll see.
So the funny thing is, which again, like, you know, I'm not trying to derail the conversation and go into kata, but when I've been leveling on the beta, the one thing that I have not kicked off about on stream, but I've been like, are you fucking joking? There's so many quest lines where you turn into a crate.
I loved those quests, to be fair.
Yeah, okay. You love. Oh, you're such a hypocrite.
I loved it because I was in a fucking mine. I wasn't in the open world.
Yeah,
I was doing a quest in a mine.
No, there's two. So you was in Blasted Lands. So if you was in a mine, you was in Blasted Lands. You was turning into a crate to skip all the mobs.
I think so.
Because I play. Yeah. I every now and again I played the theme tune to Metal Gear Solid while I was in the crate. But then when you get to Deep Home as well, you have to get inside a crate and then spy on the people that are talking. It's not as exciting. But do you reckon they were testing kata and they was like, well, they weren't clearly because I played it. But do you reckon they watched someone testing kata and was like, we could put that in Season of Discovery that you can turn into a crate? They'll love that.
It was all Plunderstorm.
Oh, it's in Plunderstorm. I don't know.
I don't want you to feel like you're on an island here, Go. Like, you're not crazy to say this does change the landscape of world PvP. It does, mate. You and I, we said it earlier, we're both big world PvPers. Now I have to, I mean, the crates, forget the crate. The crate's a different story. You see a fucking crate, you know it's a player. The bush is the thing where it's like, well, what am I doing now? Am I double checking every fucking bush that I walk by? I wouldn't say like I've already been saying, it doesn't overly concern me, but it definitely, it still does what you're saying, whether it's a positive or a negative. It does change up world PvP, and I respect that point.
Thank you for acknowledging that, Josh. I appreciate that, because Scotty never acknowledges stuff when he's wrong, clearly wrong, and I have a good point.
Yeah. So, no, you have got a point. I'm not debating. You got a point. I just didn't care. I didn't look at it and have any strong feelings about it.
No, but Josh, let me send it back to you. Where did you want to send it to before I derailed us on this whole bush meta?
Oh, I mean, you mean when I was going to want to talk about kata?
Oh, kata. Do we want to go kata or just?
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm holding. I'm
okay. Well, I'll tell you what. Hold. Yeah, hold. Let's hold just for a minute. And then let's just go through, because some of these little posts are actually like going to be quite quick. So it's more like just information for people if they haven't seen it themselves. But also I do think this is going to raise a good talking point. So we'll see. So lists of dungeons accessible in Phase 3. Now, again, this may be obvious to some, but maybe less obvious to others. So all you're going to have access to is obviously Moradon, Zul'Farrak, and Blackrock Depths, but you're also going to have Alderman, you know, as in like technically the last half of the bosses in Alderman in Phase 2, they drop loot that weren't actually of appropriate level, so you couldn't use them anyway. And Blackrock Depths, I'm assuming is not going to be all of Blackrock Depths. It's going to be like the first third of it or something like that. You know, it's not going to be all of it.
What do you mean in terms of accessibility or in terms of usefulness?
In terms of like when you get to the later, like the last boss, ain't the fucking whatever his name is, the last boss with the princess Emperor, ain't the items from there like level 52 or something?
Yeah. So I get what you're saying. Like, you'll still be able to do it if you want to do it, but you might not be able to equip all the items.
There's
I'd need to check
caster ring from that. I think it's a quest, but there's a Biz caster ring, and the Emperor's level 59, and we're going to be level 50. So if you want your absolute best in slot, you're gonna have to figure out some way to get 5 players in there that can down that
But
content.
like you're
at the
saying,
end.
it'll be like Alderman, where people will just stop halfway through the dungeon and be like, "We literally can't equip anything from the next boss, so let's just stop here."
Yeah, because even
we
Hand
can
of
use
Justice
stuff
level
from the last
53.
boss.
Well, what
Yeah.
can you use from the last boss?
It's a ring, but
It's the quest to rescue the
the
princess.
quest ring. Yeah.
But what level can you equip that?
Level, it's a 50 or below.
Is it? Okay.
My
But I
point
don't
more
really
really,
see anybody being able to do it.
it was more just about the dungeons that are actually available, and the fact that like Sunken Temple would have been one of them, but now it's a raid. So there's not a lot of dungeons that you can actually do at level 50.
It's a level 48 ring, but yeah, to do that you have to do that quest at the end, the absolute end of BRD, Black Rock Depths.
Right. Yeah. So it's whether or not you can down Emperor. Yeah.
You're gonna have to cheese it somehow and use kiting to go up on the ledges and jump down or something. There's gonna be people that do it. Yeah.
Oh,
but,
100%.
yeah.
The torch room will be the worst. That's what I was thinking straight away. And Moon just said it in chat. Like that room, even when you're all level like 57, 58, is still an absolute nightmare. Imagine doing it 50
brutal.
with your pull radius.
Hunters will figure out a way to do it. Yeah, there's going to be hunters selling BRD Emperor Room runs or something.
Yeah, more than likely. In terms of news, the Ashenvale quest for Warsong Gulch being daily now.
Oh, sorry. I just remembered what I was going to say before, and this is a horrible handbrake on what we're in the middle of talking about. Scotty, can you put a pin in that for 1 second? Is that all right?
Do it.
Sorry, go. When you asked me before, Josh, what did you want to talk about? I completely forgot. This was it. This is a wild hypothetical for you guys, just off of the point we were talking about 15, 20 minutes ago. Give me your best thinking man's answer for this one. Having said everything we've said, do you think that this version of Season of Discovery would get the higher amount of subscribers over the alternate version that some people were screaming out for, which was, no, we just wanted classic with rebalanced classes, no new abilities. Well, no, sorry, no, forget that. Paladins get a taunt, the basics. Paladins get a taunt, very few new abilities, just basically rebalanced classes for vanilla with some new content, right? Like, let's say a couple of new raids or some shit like that, right? Do you reckon that would have gotten more subs? That would have been more popular, or what we're seeing with SOD now would be more popular? Because I know what my answer is, and I want to hear from you guys. Do you need more time to think about it? Do you want me to tell you my answer?
No. Let me do mine first, because mine will be quick, and then I can go get some more ice. I wouldn't have played that alternate version.
Right. Yep. And you're the exact person I'm thinking of with my answer, because I think what we're playing would 100% be the more popular version.
Without a shadow of a doubt. Like I think there's far less of these like real vanilla enjoyers that we like think. I think there's far less of them than we think there is. As in there's
100%.
You've got a version of that. Like okay, you haven't got like the paladins having taunt and maybe some tweaks here and there to make classes a bit more viable that are not viable. Make boomies more viable in raid, shadow priest, blah blah blah. But like the option to actually play the old school vanilla I think we're just over that now. I think we've played it like so many versions of it that this is a drastic change. Like this is exactly what it needed.
And I'm not. I'll just before we get to your answer, go. I'm. This hypothetical isn't meant to spur on a conversation of which of these two alternate options is better. Like, I personally would play the alternate option that I'm bringing up here. And I know that there are, diehard vanilla fans that really, really wanted this. And when SOD was announced, this is more what they thought it would be than what we actually got. But the question is much more. So before people fucking throw their computers out the window because they're so upset about what the answers might be, I just want people to understand the question, which is not which is better, but which was going to bring in more business. And I understand why we got the sod we got, because I think it's absolutely bringing in more business. Sorry, mate.
But I just wanted to have one. Sorry, can I just have one thing? Then I'm going. What I would have done, like other than adding more content, so more raids, tuning up dungeons, stuff like that. And I'm going to leave you on this and then run away because I don't think it's going to make either of you happy. I would have had vanilla with cataclysm talents. That's all I would change. See you later.
So, to your question, like the root of the question, you wouldn't have lost Scotty's sub if it launched with vanilla with those minor tweaks. Scotty was still going to be playing the game. He was still going to be playing Wrath. He was still going to be playing the Cata Beta.
True. But in terms, maybe in terms of login metrics, so I know that no one's like ending their sub because they've got 3,000 different ways to play WoW now. But in terms of who, well, let's say who would be logging in to which version more?
Yeah, so like I would have played that that minor tweaked version instead of SOD, but I would have much preferred SOD, and I think Season of Discovery brought a lot more people into the classic version of the game. There's been so many retail players that have reached out and they're like,
100%.
I'm here from retail and this is great. Like I love playing this. And I didn't really get that much from TBC and Wrath Classic or anything like that. So I'm glad that it went down the Season of Discovery route instead of just that minor changes. If they wanted to do that, I think they would have had the same metrics if they just would have launched a vanilla fresh server with no changes.
Season of Discovery is like the perfect middle ground, in my opinion, between retail and vanilla. Like it is actually weirdly can attract all players of all different versions of the game.
Yeah, it's hard because like I agree with you, Scotty, and I think you too go. Like I think this was the right call, but like there is that small-ish band of vanilla forever, and if you play any game that's not vanilla WoW, you're a fucking idiot crowd out there. They do exist. They do honestly believe that. And it's like, it's not enough in their tribal minds. They do the tribalism of game between game. It's not enough for you to be like, oh yeah, I love vanilla WoW, but I love other games too. They're like, no, you're not one of us. We literally only accept applications from people that only love vanilla WoW. And if you play any other MMO, well, you're just showing how much of a fucking smooth brain you are. And I've really started clashing with this group where they were all on board with me when I was doing Countdown to Classic in the early years, and that they are a rather small group of players, but like I've started to bother them more recently because they're like, Josh, how could you? You were one of us. You love vanilla WoW, and now you're playing and enjoying this monstrosity that is Season of Discovery. And I'm like, mate, I like games. Like, I don't want to play vanilla WoW for the rest of my fucking life. I said when it launched, Vanilla's probably got me for like the next 3 to 5 years. And I love vanilla WoW. I adore it. I tell you what, I'll go one further. If a fucking fresh vanilla dropped tomorrow, I'm not the guy saying don't do fresh vanilla. If it dropped tomorrow, I'd fucking play it, whatever. But like, I don't want to play it for the rest of my life. My interest has waned massively. I mean, probably exacerbated by the fact that I create content for it, but nonetheless. And so like, it's hard to have a discussion with people who are like, no, they need to keep leaning into the vanilla thing and designing vanilla, just vanilla related stuff. Sod's too far. I'm like, but you have to meet them halfway on the business angle, because if they just do vanilla, that is how you watch a sub count and that's how you watch
We got him.
Yeah, we got him. That's how you watch a sub count go down over time. Sod has sent it in the fucking opposite direction where you want to see it going, back up.
Yeah, I agree. And, again, you may be more with vanilla, me more with Wrath. I love Wrath. I love Wrath a lot, but I don't want to play Wrath exclusively for the rest of my life. But you know, if a RAF fresh server launched tomorrow, I'd go and play it. Even though I don't want to play it for the rest of my life, but I wouldn't want to sit through another full cycle of RAF like I want Kata. You know, Season of Discovery. Like if it was vanilla, I wouldn't be playing it. Like simple as that. If it was like Season of Mastery, compare it to Season of Mastery. If it was that, I didn't play Season of Mastery past about level 15, and I wouldn't have done it now.
But we'd be fools, Scotty, not to realize that there is still a chunk of the player base that would play the fuck out of it, and that are
they
still,
would,
you know, itching for it, and you know, virtually, whether this is hyperbolic to say or not, virtually on the cusp of petitioning for it again. You know what I mean? What brought Classic around in the first place? These guys feel so aggrieved, even though they literally got their game. They now feel so aggrieved again, to the point where it is getting ridiculous of like, Blizzard, you said you'd do Classic forever, and fucking why aren't you releasing the 5th vanilla server in the last 5 years? They're starting to get pretty full on with it. Like, to the point that they might write a petition again. I don't know.
Well,
like,
I've had people literally say, if when RAF ends and the Kata pre-patch starts, if they don't do a fresh RAF server, they're quitting. It's like, we've just done that. We've just done, like, at least give it a year. You know what I mean? Like, I'm all for it. I'm not. If they done a fresh TBC server, let's say once phase 1 of Kata was underway, and then there was a fresh TBC server. I'm not the biggest TBC fan, but I'd go and play it because it's fresh. It'll be cool. Everyone will be going on. But yeah, I'm like you. But the way I look at it, and I think everyone should look at it, is rather than shitting on each other's version, rather than like Josh being like, Season of Discovery is the best. Why are you playing Kata? It sucks. And then I'm like, well, I like Kata, and goes like, nope, we just want RAF forever. We're getting all of that shit, all for the same sub.
Oh,
play whatever you want.
Absolutely, and the tribalism has to go away. And I know I'm sitting here kind of dunking on the Vanilla Forever guys, but like I say, I love your game too. Vanilla WoW's an amazing game. I'd probably play a fresh vanilla tomorrow. But like, just understand why things are going the way they are. Like you have to make money at the end of the day. But you know, Scotty, on that, like, don't get me wrong. Sorry, don't fucking, mate. I am looking forward to Kata. I really am. I don't know if I'm gonna love it, but I'm really excited for it. And you know, if we start talking about Kata, my opening question for you guys, again, sorry to throw these big fucking big open-ended questions at you, but like, my biggest query and the greatest source of intrigue around Cataclysm Classics launch for me is the one that kind of people are talking about but somewhat dancing around is there a redemption arc for Cataclysm coming? And if so, are people ready for it? Now, I just want to preface this by saying I don't know that I'd bet on Kata being redeemed in a modern age, but I'm not ruling it out either, when probably 2 years ago I would have said there's no fucking way. Reading the temperature of the room, I feel like gamers are ready to be open-minded with Kata again. But I think a Kata redemption arc would be a lovely gaming story. I'm not sure if we're going to get it, but it'd be cool.
Well, I've had people come in my chat and say, like, I mean, I'll just say him, like Joker. Yeah, Joker D. You know, I've had people come in and be like, he's excited for Kata. I'm like, what? He's a fucking vanilla fanboy, isn't he? Like, I just thought all he done was played vanilla. You know, there's people who are getting excited about Kata that I had absolutely, I never thought that they would be excited about Kata. And people that are making Season of Discovery content, Hammer as a prime example. You know, Hammer makes great Season of Discovery content. And then he said to me, like, but like, I'm really looking forward to Kata. It's as if people want to like keep it. I don't know. They're like Kata closet boys. I don't know what's going on. Like they don't want to admit that they like it.
I'll tell you what it is. It's fucking, and go. Sorry, you're going to say something, and we keep interrupting you because that's just, you know, what we do. But yeah. I'll fucking tell you what it is. It is. Some of the naysayers, and again, some of sort of the hate farmers, want to point at content creators as, you know, being way too hyped for Kata when, you know, we all know it's a dog shit expansion. Look at these fucking idiot content creators trying to put fucking money in their pockets to try and make it a thing, blah, blah, blah. You know, stop trying to make fetch a thing. But like, it expands beyond content creators as well, where like the greater player base, you can see like I said, either a morbid fascination or a genuine love for kata starting to swell. You really can see it. I'm reading the temperature of the room. I read a lot of the subreddit. I watch a lot of videos. I talk to a lot of average, just normal fucking players in voice chat all the time in my guild. Just, people who don't create content or just shut the fuck up and play the game and enjoy it. People are excited for kata. Now, you do take into account the fact that kata was probably, one of two of the worst received expansions in WoW's history, along with Warlords of Draenor. Maybe three if you include, your top three worst, so like BFA, Warlords of Draenor, and fucking kata. But like, people are ready to be open-minded with kata, I think, because you have to take into account the current MMO market as well, Scotty and Go. Like, we are really starved of MMO launches. Like, I laugh, I do the J.K. Simmons Spider-Man laugh every fucking day that I wake up, that Blizzard must do as well, over the notion that these fucking cunts at Blizzard got another, like, they're going to get another 5 to 10 year run. Like, they did it once, and like, we're going, and I keep doing the business thing, but we're going to be telling stories in 10 to 15 to 20 years of like, remember that time Blizzard sold us on a 10 to 20 year MMO run, and then fucking convinced us all to do it again. Like, they just literally said, just do it again. And we all fucking did it. It is a bonkers business model, and we just did it. But what was one of the reasons that it was allowed to happen? Because they had no fucking competition, because no one is out there able to produce an MMO, because apparently, and I'm not shitting on the difficulty of design process, but like, apparently it is the hardest fucking thing in the world to make an MMO game, to make a decent MMO game. And like, the only thing I'm going to point to, I know there's others out there, guys, don't crucify me, but fucking the only other one I'm going to point to out there is Final Fantasy 14 doing its thing. You know what I mean? I play that game too, but like, the competition is so fucking weak, if existent at all. That's why people look at kata and go, hey, new MMO. They don't give a fuck that it was not that well received 15 years ago. It's something fucking new, and they're ready to go in with an open mind. So I think that's part of the reason we're seeing people's attitudes change a little bit. It was like, oh yeah, I'll give it a shake. You know what I mean?
It's so true, and it's funny. It's almost comical how right you are. It's comical how right you are in the wrong way. And what I mean by that, what I mean by that is there's been tons of amazing MMOs with amazing developers, but what they don't land on is what Blizzard have. Like, Blizzard make an MMO that You've got like, let's say I'll use us three as an example. Let's say we're sweaty players who want to take the game super seriously, and we want to pump, and we want to do all these things, and we want to like do speed runs and passing and all of that. And then you've got the casuals. Everybody can enjoy the content. It doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter whether Josh, you like going out doing world PvP. I don't. Go likes going and soloing content. I don't, but I do like small group play. I like raids. But all of us are getting what we want from the game, the same game. Other MMOs have come around that have been amazing, like absolutely amazing. WildStar was one of the best MMOs that's released since WoW, but what it done was catered to the sweaty players. It catered to the people who can like juggle 5 or 6 different things going on at once in a raid. So it flopped because it was not casual friendly. It wasn't social friendly at all. It was like, you're either a fucking amazing raider or you might as well not play the game because you're not going to get anywhere. Like, Blizzard did sort of over time, but actually from 2004, but it just even got better over time as the expansions went on, where if Go isn't very, Go's an amazing raider. I just want to put it out there now. I'm going to give him one compliment tonight, and this is it. Go's an amazing player.
And he's got a huge dick.
And he's got a massive... All right, and he's got a massive dick as well. Fuck's sake. We'll get it out of the way.
It's part of the podcast law that we established earlier, hence walking with a limp.
Yeah. So he's got a massive dick. He's a great raider. But, let's for a minute pretend he's not. And, you know, but he can still go and do normal content, get gear, feel like he's progressing his character, feel like he's getting more powerful. And then Josh is an amazing raider who goes and does all heroic, like world first, fucking everything. He feels like his character's progressing. You've got like everyone feels like they're getting something from the game, which is where the other MMOs have sort of failed. Where it's like it's normally only one small portion of the community that feels like they're getting something from it, and then it's like fuck you to everyone else. That was really it weren't off topic. It was just really piggybacking off what Josh was saying.
No, I appreciated it. Mate, I don't know. I'm really excited just as much for the community reaction to Kata as I am for Kata. But like this comes back to your point, Scotty, about like one of the most infuriating things to see around the traps is tribalism. And it's like just let people enjoy the fucking games they enjoy and shut the fuck up. You know what I mean? Like if someone likes Kata, it doesn't mean they don't know anything about gaming. And that's what I say, like I get bent out of shape when, you know, it's fine to have a preference in terms of your MMO, but like for fuck's sake, even if you hated Kata back in the day, you subbed anyway. Just fucking roll a character and see if you look at it differently in 2024.
Exactly.
That's the go that I'm giving it. That's what I'm ready to do. Now, I don't think I'm necessarily going to fall in love with Kata, but I don't want to prejudge. And I have a sneaky suspicion. There is a very small chance that Kata winds up being the blend between modern and old school gaming that I've been looking for, where people might say that's sod, but I'm wondering if it's Kata. I don't know.
Well, Go's been transformed, Josh. Go was he was like, I'm not going to play Kata. I hate Kata. All right, he'd already made his mind up that he hated Kata, and it's not me poisoning him. You know, he's played the beta a lot. Well, I don't know, Go, what your thoughts are, but you know, like. You seem a lot more positive about it now, playing a broken beta where it's an alpha, really. But you seem more positive about it now than you was before because you gave it a chance.
Yeah, so to me, it's like Sod and Kata are kind of. I don't feel like I need to choose one or the other, but I think a lot of the classic player base feels that they have to either full send Sod or full send Cataclysm. Because I think we can all agree retail shit. We're not going to retail. We want to play some version of classic, so we're not going to era. We're not going to hardcore.
Sorry, just to interrupt. In saying that, Go, like if I'm gonna hold myself to my tribalism standards that I set down a minute ago, like you might not like retail, but I'm sure you also accept that a fuckload of people do.
Yeah.
Well, I'm currently. I'll put my hand up and say, like, I'm currently, trying to get my way into the War Within alpha, which hopefully goes my way. Like, I want to try War Within. I'm not anti-retail, mate. It's part of my sub. You know, like I pay for Dragonfly. I'm not saying I'm not a retail enjoyer at the moment. I love that people are. You know, when people play RAF and retail, I'm like, fucking hell, you are getting some serious value out of your sub.
Yeah, 100%. I'm not anti-retail, but I don't enjoy the game, if that makes sense.
Let me backtrack it then and say if there was retail players that came to Season of Discovery and they're kind of dipping their toes into the classic feel, and then they might be on the borderline of Cataclysm. If they don't like Kata, they might not even try it, and that's fine, but they could still play Season of Discovery. But if Season of Discovery Phase 3 falls flat, kind of like how Phase 2 did, they could lean to the Kata side, or they could just go back to retail. Like, there's just so many options that, to me, I wanted to try everything classic. I didn't want to go retail. So I did try to give Cataclysm a chance. I didn't like it. Sod Phase 2 fell short. The beta came out at the perfect time for me to give it a chance. I gave it that chance, and it's been brilliant. The questing has been amazing. I'm not a big quester, but I did 500 plus quests on the beta so far, just in the 80 to 85 bracket, and it's been amazing. Like it's a nice breath of fresh air from Season of Discovery. It feels new, it feels fresh. I love theory crafting, and that's why I wouldn't really play like a fresh vanilla server because it's already solved. I like the unknown. I like being able to be like, oh yeah, this is gear, this is a rotation that hasn't been discovered that I can figure out on my own and go down and try to achieve.
So that's why I'm a little bit excited. I've not spoke about it. This is the first time I mention it ever, like live on a podcast, on stream, like on anything. I'm quietly a little bit excited about War Within, just because the announcement took me like I thought it was amazing. Like, you know, I know that was just a cinematic that they put together and stuff, but I really liked the whole presentation around it. And I'm willing to give it a go. Like, I'll give it. I might play it for 10 minutes and be like, no, this is not for me. But I hope it is, because like going back to Josh's point about like tribalism, I'm not like that. I don't think, oh, why are you playing SOD? You should love Kata. Or why are you playing retail? You should love SOD. I'm like, love what you want, man. You're paying the same sub as me, and you've got options. You can play all of these games. You could be playing hardcore. But I want to get the most out of my sub. So I hope I fall in love with War Within. I hope I love it to the point where I'm like, when I'm not raiding on Kata, I'll be on War Within. Every time a new phase or something drops on Season of Discovery, I'll go on that and get my character ready for the next raid. Like, I want to do it all. But yeah, unfortunately, at the moment, I've tried Dragonflight multiple times and I haven't been able to get into it. But it's not because I'm like, oh my God, it's retail. What am I doing? Like, oh, I feel this is disgusting. I'm a classic player. I shouldn't be playing this. It's just, it hasn't hooked me.
Yeah. And with Cataclysm, with Cataclysm, it's not as quote unquote solved as Wrath was. There was loads of Wrath private servers, and everybody knew like the gear that they were going to get, the trinkets, the weapons, all that stuff, phase by phase. Cataclysm, I hope that they already announced that they were going to have like the Titan Rune dungeon system in it. So I hope that kind of shakes up the meta a little bit on what gear, and hopefully they move the raids around on what phases they're released in, since this is supposed to be a shorter expansion. So I hope that there's some sort of like newness to it, to where everything's not just, oh yeah, I can look up a forum post from 10 years ago and figure out what I need to do. So as long as there's something like that in Kata, I'll continue to go through it like phase by phase. But if it's already kind of known ahead of time what's to be expected, then I might just continue to lean more towards Season of Discovery.
Well, I think you'll have more of that in Kata. And then, Josh, I'll shut up so you can go. I think you'll have more of that in Kata, because I've said several times, you know, I felt Wrath was not fully solved before it launched, but there's a lot more information, a lot more years of combined experience on private servers, whereas Kata's always had a small niche with private server community. I played Apollo 2, Apollo 3, White Main most recently, and none of the people on there are. You've got those guilds, like 1 or 2 guilds that go on every one of them, get all the server firsts, like they're really good. You know, all they do is play Kata. But on Wrath, there was a lot more competition. On every private server launch, there was 5 or 6 guilds pushing for server firsts. You know, because there was just a lot more interest around it, because Wrath has always been looked at in a fun light. But if I was to sit here and be completely honest and upset everyone, I genuinely think the raiding scene on Kata will be better than it's been on Wrath if people give it a go and get in the raids. Because I honestly, hand on heart, believe the Kata raids are better than the Wrath raids.
Well, if they're as good as advertised, and you guys, the content creators, have really been stressing this point and pumping this home, that like the word has spread now amongst people that don't remember Kata, that the raids and dungeons are fantastic. You know what I mean? And I'm someone who, I quit a month into Kata. I don't remember a fucking thing from Cataclysm, not one thing. So this is all, I call it new to me, because it might as well be. So I have taken, you know, I realize, like we say, you know, you and I, Scotty, sort of do realize with the cynical angle that, you know, whether content creators are pumping something up to ensure that, you know, interest remains high so that they can keep creating content for it. I don't think that this is necessarily that, because it's not just the content creators saying it. A lot of people are commenting going, yeah, actually, you know, the PvE content of Kata is something that was underappreciated. Yeah, and is amazing. And I think that this modern audience will really enjoy it. So look, I hope it is that, because yeah, I agree with you. People should love it.
I just want to cut you off just for 1 second, just because otherwise I'll forget. Because like what you said there is bang on. Like for those of us that are real Kata enjoyers like myself, if I was doing it for content, the smart decision would be to just continue like hyping up Season Discovery, making loads of Season Discovery videos where I would say the majority of, you know, a larger portion of the player base is at the moment. Like, I would be getting more views doing Season of Discovery. I would be getting more people maybe watching the stream doing Season of Discovery. But I play what I enjoy. I make videos about what I enjoy, and I enjoy Kata. So it's not like, come on, guys, come and play Kata. I'm telling you it's great. It's like, well, I'm playing Kata, and I'm going to make videos about it. Hopefully, you at least give it a shot, you know, to just go, all right, well, I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. I'll go and do some dungeons. Yeah. And then go, shit, actually, you know, the first dungeon you're going to do is Black Rock Caverns. I guarantee by the time you finish Black Rock Caverns, you'll be like, that was actually fucking really fun. There's no way you can go in there and not enjoy it.
Do you want me to call him out for you, Josh? I'll call him out right here.
No.
I'll put him on the spot. I'll make him eat his hat right now.
I gave him the out because, like I said, it's not just content creator. If it was just content creators saying it, my suspicions would be raised. But like, everyone is saying it. Everyone's going, Kata actually had red hot PvE content, and all of you fuckers are forgetting that. This is going to fly really well in 2024. So, like I say, I'll listen to everyone and be like, all right, like, you've got me interested enough to give it a go. But on that note, Scotty, it's funny you say that, because, I mean, you and I keep saying that we're on the same path, but you know, with different games where, like, I know what that's like to create content for the less popular thing. And it's like, I create content for the things I love. I don't give a fuck about where the crowd is. And it sounds, you know, obviously you're saying you do the same thing, because like, I was all over SOD before it existed, and also straight after announcement when people were really iffy about it, and people were kind of more looking towards Wrath and Kata and not really taking SOD very seriously. And I started creating SOD content in like June of 2023, like 4 or 5 months before it existed. Before we knew what Season of Discovery was, I was doing all these podcasts about, right, I don't want to talk about Wrath anymore. I want to talk about this fucking server that I hope comes to be, and are we going to get a Classic Plus, and what would it look like? And I really lent into that because that's what I wanted to do. So I totally respect that. Kata is your jam, and I hope that your love and enthusiasm for Kata and the positive things that you got to say about it really do translate to, you know, the people like me who haven't been sold yet and are there just ripe for the picking. And they really are. There's the extreme end of, like we say, sort of WoW players who just want to play, you know, retail or vanilla and shit on everyone else that doesn't play their version of the game. And then there's Kata enjoyers who are already sold hook, line, and sinker on Kata and are going to play it fucking 24 hours a day regardless. And there is a very large chunk of players right in the middle who are just swing voters waiting to be, you know, won over. And if Kata does it, that would be phenomenal. I think that would be really, really cool. And
I'd just like people to play everything. Like I say, I'd like everyone. Yeah. I'd like people to play Kata and SOD at the same time. Like that'd be great. Yeah, like, you know, if you enjoy both. But I just want to touch on Dark Sky, Dak Howell's. I don't know. I'll forget it. I'm just touching on your comment. It's on screen. Saying I don't think Mock Classic's gonna happen. Let's just think about that for a minute, because everybody said during Classic 2019 that TBC weren't going to happen. Then TBC happened, and everyone was like, Wrath's not going to happen. And then Wrath happened, and then everyone was like, there's no way they'll do Kata. It's the most hated expansion of all time. And then Kata happened. How you can sit there and say you don't think Mob's going to happen amazes me.
If they've done Kata it is beyond unbackable that they're doing mop.
100%. 100%.
I'd play some mop, but I think the a point I was gonna raise earlier was with Season of Discovery and Cataclysm, we're gonna be able to see what the player base, the classic player base, really wants. Do they want the easy raid that you can clear in Season of Discovery and get the best loot, or do they want the optional easy raid that you can clear in Cataclysm, not get the best loot? Or you can do the extremely hard raid and get the best loot. So it's like, to me, it's loot driven. I'm a big loot person.
Loot hole.
So yeah, if I can't do the hard modes in Cataclysm, I'll just go to Season of Discovery, where I can do the easier version of Classic and get the best loot in an easier environment.
Mate, let me rip you on a nice little tangent, Scotty. I don't know if you had any set talking points for Qatar.
Well, no, because I wasn't going to talk about Qatar. It was a Season of Discovery podcast, but apparently, apparently we've run out of things to say about SOD. So,
well, shout out to the poor bastard that turned up in chat about 10 minutes ago and was like, "Oh, I just got here for the SOD podcast, and now you're talking about Qatar." It's like, "Oh, well, there's 2 hours of SOD chat prior to this."
yeah, exactly. I mean, if I just really just real briefly, so we Battle for Ashenvale we spoke about anyway. The bushes and the and the boxes that Go was really excited about. The dungeons we spoke about. Incursions we spoke about. Pre-raid gearing we've spoke about. Don't really care about the set bonuses and the item changes. To be fair, we've pretty much covered everything sub-related anyway. I'm looking at everything that I had on the screen, you know.
A lot of it is we got to get in there and play it before we start talking too much about it.
Yeah. Is this a dev interview? What do you mean we got to discover?
I know. Did you watch my dev interview for Phase 3?
I did. If you watched mine for Phase 2, did you watch mine? You probably didn't. No, you didn't. Fuck you.
No,
I didn't watch yours either.
For Phase 2. You did not do one for Phase 2.
He absolutely did.
He did, because he used my entire fucking interview.
I might have used something from Josh's interview too. You'll have to go back and find it from like 2 months ago. But I absolutely did.
I vaguely remember this. Okay, I'm with you now.
No, I saw yours, Josh. It was brilliant. Who was the guy in the room with you? I don't know them. I saw Ubiquitous.
That's relatively regular guest of Countdown to Classic, Hunk.
Oh, Hunk. Okay,
yeah,
good to put a face with the name.
Hunk, yeah, is the sultry voice that a lot of people have enjoyed on the show for years, and he was very kind and game to put his balls on the line and do a bit of acting for me in that one. That was a bit of fun. But anyway, it was a shame that they didn't do a dev interview for Phase 3. I think I understand why, again, back to them being flat out, but hopefully they get back to them in Phase 4, because you want to hit that PR tour and get the answers from the source. But yeah, unless there's nothing else really SOD related I can think of that I can talk on until I try the fucking thing.
You was about to crack on with something Qatar, and I mean, I'm really intrigued to know what it was. I'm sat here like, please.
I was going to say now that I've got you, and it's one of those rare instances, Scotty, where I watch so much of your fucking content that there's questions I do want to ask you, and most fans don't get stuck in a fucking room with you and just pepper you with questions like this. So fuck you, I'm going to do it while I'm here.
Let's do it.
I have poured over now a couple of times your video with Scottejaye, who I adore. I love Scottejaye. I think he's one of the more fun, bright sparks to come out of Qatar content-wise already, in the game's not even fucking out yet. I think he's seems like a lovely guy, and you and him have already started collaborating, and I'm glad that that's happened. You and he had that chat about healers, and I keep being, slightly intrigued by healing in Qatar, but I can't decide whether or not it is actually going to be horrible gameplay that I'm going to despise, because we all know that healing got a pretty massive overhaul in Kata, as you guys describe it, and as a lot of people have seen in the gameplay footage videos of like, you know, this isn't cast one greater heal and 80% of someone's health bar comes back. It's much more frequent healing. Heals heal for less so that the healer is more active. I tried you know, Dragonflight when it came out for all of 2 weeks. I don't know why I stopped, but I did. And I played a healer, and look, you can say that this is retail and this is how it works, or maybe this is just a leveling process, but I was flabbergasted at how little my heals hit for, as like, you know, I think I got like, I was playing a shaman, and look, it had terrible gear. Don't get me wrong. It had terrible gear, but besides the point, my heals were hitting for like 5% of people's health bar. And I'm like, mate, I'm stressed as fuck, because I'm like, talk about APM and talk about like, you know, wearing my hand out. I'm spamming everything. I can't heal my party. And like, I'm not a retail player, so it might have been a skill issue, but it just felt bad as healing gameplay. Now, on the other spectrum, I get that like the vanilla style of just one heal and she'll be right for the next 20 seconds isn't great either and not terribly engaging. But I look at Kata and I'm like, let's be honest, is this healing overhaul for the better? You guys seem to say it was and it is more fun. Do you think the average healer is going to enjoy it?
I honestly think the average, I mean, it's amazing how you worded all that, but I think the average healer will have to warm to it. You know, as in, no one, as much as we want different things and want change, then when change comes, no one wants it. It definitely makes healing more engaging, and you've got to think about things more. But only to a point. You know, as in, like, you know, when you're first doing your, like, pre-raid gearing, their healing is going to feel pretty rough, to the point where, like, I play with... So there's Midjay and there's Jay. 2 different people.
Scottejaye. You're different from both of those.
And Scottejaye and Jay. There's about 4 different Jays involved in our stream.
I mean Midjay. The English
Midjay.
bloke that does
So Midjay. Yeah, Midjay's amazing. But Midjay is, like, normally a DPS. He's normally like a shaman, which he heals on and stuff. But then there's Jay, which is a different guy, who I'm about to talk about. He's normally a feral druid, but he's been healing our first heroics. So we're freshly dinged, no gear, you know, and he's healing the first heroics, and he's stressed as fuck. You know, he's like, mate, I just want to go shadow. Like, I don't want to do this. But I think if it was a healer that you put in that situation, they would adapt to it a lot better, because you are more... The way I explain it, in Wrath, like, mana is more or less non-existent. You know, you just spam. It's whack-a-mole. You're not worried about being efficient. It's about, I want to get that little heal on that person before the other person does. You know what I mean? It's like, I want that healing to go for me. Whereas in Kata, it's like, well, actually, Go's got a hot on this person and they're on 95% health. Why would I waste my time even healing it? I'll let Go's hot do the work. So I think you have to think about it. Exactly. You don't want to spare the mana or waste the mana. But then it does change drastically. You know, like when you then get like actual gear, when you go from dinging 85 and doing heroics as a healer, it's going to feel awful. Once you've got like full 3, 4, 6 gear from, you know, spending your justice points, getting loot from heroics, and then you've got trinkets that proc spirit that then give you loads of mana back, like, then you can start to spam a lot more. But I personally, as someone who's healed on every class in Kata a lot, I think it's fantastic. And again, I've healed on 2 different Holy Paladins and a Resto Druid and a Disc Priest, even in Wrath. The only one I've not healed on in Wrath is a Shaman. And it's chalk and cheese. Like, you know, Kata's so different, but in my opinion, so much better.
I'm just like, look, like the person in chat said before, our friend to Chaos, like, I was joking about my retail play being a skill issue, and it more than likely was. But in all seriousness, like, you know, I'm very self-deprecating when it comes to my skill in WoW, and often joke that I'm a shit player, blah, 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 which I, you know, for the most part, you know, I'm a pretty average player. But I'm a fucking good healer as far as I'm concerned in MMOs. Like I will back myself. If I'm talking healing with people, I'll be like, I'll put my balls on the line and I'll go one-on-one healing against anyone. And I'm pretty fucking confident in how I do it. My friend Hunk that we were just talking about, he and I were a healing pair in Final Fantasy 14, and we were the Bash Brothers. We were fucking great healers. We loved it. We smashed content there. And I really liked healing in Wrath, and I picked it up and took to it and loved my Resto Shaman in Wrath. I'm concerned about how the gameplay moves into Kata, where like I like to be kept busy as a healer, but I still like to feel strong. And I know that seems like you can't have both, but I feel like Final Fantasy 14 did it really, really well, where I was consistently pressing buttons, not to the point that it was like ridiculous spam, but like consistently pressing buttons, and all of my heals felt like they had oomph behind them. And that's what I'm kind of chasing, as opposed to, I don't know if there is, and like you say, Scotty, the game sorts it out once you're getting raid gear, and that's great. But it definitely doesn't feel good as a healer in an MMO when you do press your big fuck off heal and it legit does like 15 to 20% of someone's bar, and you're just like, you fucking serious?
Yeah, so what you'll find is you'll get also a lot more, there's a lot more emphasis on the people you're playing with as well. So it's like, if you could be doing a group with like me and the lads who are doing Kata heroics at the moment, and you'll be the healer, and you'll be like, what is he talking about? This is fucking easy. But we know what to interrupt. We know the things that are going to cause the healer issues, but then you'll do an RDF where no one's interrupting, the bloody shamans in Stonecore, for example, and they're going off and then AoEing the group down, and we all die, and then everyone's like, what the fuck, man? Like, can you not heal? And it's like, well, no one would be able to heal through that. There's a lot of situations in Kata where you might feel under pressure as a healer, and if you haven't got the gear to be able to pick the slack up for the rest of the group because they can't play, you're the one that feels that. Do you know what I mean? When it's not actually you, like it's damage that people just shouldn't be taking. And there's a lot of that.
Fair enough. Right. I'm just going to clap back at Daj. Daj, if you think FF14 is bad gameplay, mate, I'm going to question your MMO taste. Quite frankly, I'm going to flip it back on you. Sorry. Anyway, Scotty, you were saying?
I tell you what, so I don't know if many people even know this. I was playing Final Fantasy for about 3 months towards the back end of last year. I weren't streaming it, and I weren't playing it on a PC. I was actually playing it on a PS5. It was when I first got a PS5. It might have been a bit longer ago than that. But I first got a PS5 and was like, I'll subscribe to Final Fantasy and give it a go. I loved it. Actually loved it. But then I did try playing it on the PC. I tried playing it on the PC, and it didn't have the same effect for me. I just really enjoyed playing an MMO sat in front of the telly with a controller. It was so different to be able to actually do that. Then when I tried it with a mouse and keyboard, I was like, oh, it's just another MMO.
Yeah, not to get into it, but like all I've ever said to people is like, I'm sitting here bitching about the lack of options in the MMO market and how bleak of a time it is to be able to want to go out and try all these new MMO games that kind of don't exist, and there's very few good ones. Like, all I ever say to people is if you haven't played Final Fantasy 14, like you give it a go. If you're not a story guy, which a lot of people aren't, you can skip the story. Not that I'm, encouraging people to skip the story. Story's great, but if that's not your thing, just skip it. But the gameplay, it's a good fucking MMO. And like a lot of people, not to sit here and tell people, what to like or, why their subjectivity is wrong, which I can't do, obviously, but like, it does drive me up the wall that a lot of really hardcore MMO gamers who love playing MMOs say, I would try Final Fantasy 14, but I just can't get past that art style. And I'm like, mate, if a fucking art style is what stops you from playing a good game, like I don't know what to tell you. Like I've sucked it up for many a game where I've been like, oh, I don't love how it looks, but then had a great time because the gameplay is good. Like,
and I'm guilty of that. I said the same thing. I said I didn't like the aesthetic. I said exactly the same thing, and then I played it and actually enjoyed it. But it was because it was anyway. I don't know. I've never done the end game content though, so I wouldn't be able to comment on that.
Fun.
But I enjoyed the leveling and the story quest. What do they call it? The EQS or what's it called?
Yeah. But like all the
MQS, main quest story or something in it. MSQ. They're the letters I'm going for.
The raids and stuff at Cap are great. They're fucking great. That's what it's all about. But anyway, sorry, go.
No, before you guys got off on that Final Fantasy tangent there, you were talking about healing and Cataclysm. And
Yes.
I had a couple questions for the both of you, maybe more so Scotty than you, Josh. But do you think that... I'm sorry, I know you're the guest, and I'm going to exclude you entirely from this part of the conversation here. But so Blizzard in Wrath had to kind of incentivize tanks and healers to queue up and do dungeons for like the random dungeon finder when it launched. Is that going to be worse in Cataclysm because healing's more difficult? Like people are going to be shitting on healers, even though, like you said, it might not be the healer's fault that people die. But when people die, who do they blame? They blame the tank or the healer, and it could probably be the healer more so than the tank. So is it going to have to be like you get a box at the end of the dungeon for
the incentive
healers?
will still be there. Yeah, I mean you'll still get, you know, the like bonus crate thing from being the least represented role will still be there.
So was that like a standard thing, or?
Yeah. Does it still? Does it even
Wrath?
still happen in retail? I don't know. Like it may even still happen.
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you like to incentivize the underrepresented role to queue. Yeah, they get the whatever the box is.
As long as I have short queue times as a solo player, that when I do decide, hey, I want to maybe dabble in some 5-player content, I don't want it to take 15 minutes to get into a dungeon group, then give the incentivizations, whatever the word is, out there.
Well, it had to be put in anyway, didn't it? Because there's just far more DPS specs than there is healing specs, you know, and there's far more DPS specs than there is tanking specs. So. Yeah, there's still. It still does it. It even still does it in retail. Like they're saying it still does. So you know, it's a thing that's always existed since Random Dungeon Finder got put in.
So are we going to see in trade chat healer selling Dungeon Run plus green BOE greens 500 gold?
Maybe.
I hope so. I'd do it.
Did. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll be healing on my paladin if that's the case. Yeah, I'm down.
I'll be healing on my Resto Shaman, and I'll give you. Sorry, I don't want to stop the healing chat. We'll keep it going, but like I'll give you one other guess. I know it's fucking could be anything. What other spec do you reckon I want to play in Cata, Scotty?
Well, are we saying it's not a shaman? Are you talking about another?
No. So I have a shaman, so I will. I have a pretty decently geared resto shaman who I also love playing enhance on, but I raid as a resto, so that's going to be a character that I'm going to play in Cata. But there's one other spec that I haven't really played in Classic much of prior to this that I'm gagging to try and play in Cata.
Ret Paladin.
Prot Warrior.
Oh, Prot Warrior. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean...
Meta be damned. I don't give a fuck. Oh, man, it's the worst tank. It looks fun as fuck.
Yeah, but
DK,
worst
bro.
tank...
What are you doing?
No. See, worst tank is only comparative to other tanks. You know, as in... It's like, well, there's always going to be a best and a worst, but you can be a Prot Warrior and literally be a better tank than a Blood DK and tank all the content better than they do. It's like it's the same with healers. You know, what's the best single target healer? What's the best AoE healer? I wouldn't take a shit Disc Priest over a really, really good Resto Druid. You know, there's no it's only comparative, but yeah, I mean, I think Prot Warriors are Majay. Going back to Majay, fuck me, he was creaming all over his Prot Warrior. When he was tanking, he was like, I don't know what people are talking about. This is the best thing ever. Like, he literally, he was topping damage. He was taking no damage. He was like, it was absolutely gob mode. And then there's Blood DKs. Honestly, I wouldn't listen to any of that. And I really
No,
wouldn't.
no, and I don't. I mean, if I listened to it, I wouldn't be playing it. But like, yeah, I'm sick of seeing all the fucking like, oh mate, if you want a raid spot, don't roll Prot Warrior, ha ha ha. Shit is fucking tank. No one's gonna want you. And I'm like, I don't give a fuck. And I play what's fun. You know, apparently they're great in dungeons. People will want them. You know, you never get a fucking tank spot in a raid anyway. But like, it just doesn't bother me. I'll play what I want. But yeah, the Resto Shaman and the Prot Warrior will be my two tunes in Kata.
Yeah, mine's going to be Fire Mage and Ret Pally. They're going to be my main two, but then I'm going to have a Disc Priest and a Combat Rogue as well.
Mine's going to be Balanced Druid and Balanced... No, I'm just kidding. But Balanced Druid and Frost Mage, probably.
I'm looking forward to seeing you play a Mage.
To the Frost Mage.
Bro, I'm looking forward to seeing you playing anything other than Druid. It's going to be amazing.
We need to do some
please.
1v1 duels outside of Orgrimmar. Mage versus Mage.
I'm
It'd be biblical.
Yeah.
I just can't picture. I'd pay money to see Go like as a bloodthirsty PvP rogue. I just can't see it.
I've tried, but I did Rogue when it was like Arena a lot, and I could never make enough macros to have Arena 1, 2, 3 for like Sap, Kidney, Cheap Shot, Kick, Shadow Step. There was so many keybinds for rogues to like absolutely min-max it and play it properly, and I just chose the mage because it was easier. I could sheep. That's fine.
So what's something's happening tomorrow? Well, actually today, by my time. What was it? Something to do with Season of Discovery?
Yeah, launch is in phase 3. Launch is officially happening in 19 hours, I believe.
Yeah, give or take 5 minutes.
So if we
you have to be that guy.
If we take it back,
there's always one.
If we take it back to Season of Discovery, then just
right,
briefly,
let's go back. No, you scratched the itch for me. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no, we've done a bit of Kata, which everyone's going to complain about. They'll be like, "Man, this is a Season of Discovery podcast." Not like
you're talking about
that's my fault. That's my fault. That's totally my fault.
Yeah, exactly. It wasn't even me. Yeah, I was just sat here like, come on, guys, let's move on. I want to talk about SOD because it's my favorite game.
All I did is talk about SOD. It was my only chance to talk about Cat. I never get to talk about it on my pod.
What are your plans? That's what I really want to know. So SOD Phase 3 launches in 18 hours, 54 minutes.
Yeah.
I want to know both of your plans for the first day, the first week, like even the first month. You know, like what are you both going to do?
Right, so I've got 4 good mates, 4 Aussie blokes that we will get together at coffees in hand at 7 o'clock in the morning and get started. I like I said, I know I'm not much of a meta slave dungeon grind, leveling kind of guy. But I just want to hang out with my mates and they want to do it, so I'll happily tag along. I'll be on my rogue tank. And we're going to do SM for the first 2 levels. And one of my friends raised a good point where the majority of my guild is going straight into a Noma as soon as the gates open. And my friend made a good point where it was like, well, hang on. Don't we want to do SM for the first couple of levels because you still get decent experience out of SM at level 40, 41? Wouldn't it be better, rather than burning our lockout on Noma at 40, let's go to Noma at 42, where we'd be moving on to the next dungeon after SM anyway, and SM's a, piece of cake at level 40. So let's ass blast SM at, 7, 8, 9, 10 times to 42. It won't, however many times it'll end up being. Then do Noma, then we'll go to Zul'Farrak or whatever. And I said, oh, mate, that's fucking brilliant, because I would have been like, oh, let's just go to Noma straight away. But, if we are being meta slaves, I guess that's the way to do it. So what we also actually said was after we do the Noma, the one moment where we'll stop ourselves from being complete fuckwits and just spamming dungeons the whole time is we said, look, let's go check out the Nightmare Incursions after the Noma run. So rather than wait till 50, we're going to duck into the level 40 Nightmare Incursion at like 42, 43 and just see what it's all about for a laugh for an hour. And then go back to dungeon spam, I guess.
Sounds like a fucking great plan. Are you stacking like pre-quests or anything, or you're all just like, no, just go in and YOLO it?
They have, I haven't. I'm really, I'm playing the crap out of Season of Discovery, but I'm still somehow resisting going full sweat. So like, whilst I did at the end of phase 1, I did every quest under the sun on like 4 or 5 characters to get all that gold. I haven't done that in phase 2, and I haven't pre-quested because I just don't care. Like as someone put it in my Discord, like, look, if you want to do it, go nuts, that's fine. People love, you know, the dopamine of being like, I'm getting a head start, I'm the better gamer here, blah blah blah. But like, it's like 10 to 12 hours, I don't know, maybe not that much, I don't know, 10 hours worth of work to save 3. I don't know, I'm not that into it.
I mean, it launches at such a great time for you as well. I'm so jealous. I mean, I know you got to get up early, you know, like, but 7 a.m. you get up, you have your breakfast, have a coffee, and then you got all day, all night. Like, that is fucking perfect.
The Australians have been laughing, and the New Zealanders, everyone in the Oceanic region, we've been laughing since 2019 because everything's been like an 8 a.m. launch or 7 a.m. launch. Perfect. Like, everyone just takes the Friday off work and fucking shits it in. We love it.
Yeah, that is really good. Because the thing is with me, even if I try and sleep all day, you know, if I take a launch really seriously, I'll try and sleep all day. But you know as well as I do, trying to sleep during the day when you've got a wife and 2 kids is fucking impossible. You know, it's like I'm trying to sleep and it's not working. So then by the time it goes live, I'm fucking knackered because I still haven't slept all day. And then it gets to like 3, 4 in the morning and I'm like, man, I'm done. At 7, have an early night the night before, and go to sleep when the wife goes to sleep, and boom, like, you're up the next day. And I am really jealous. I'd love it if it launched at 7 o'clock in the morning for me.
So it launches at 4 o'clock for me. I don't get out of work until 6.
Oh,
like,
shit.
PM. So I don't get home until 6:30 at the earliest, and then I've got to be up for work the following morning, Friday morning. So I can maybe get 5-6 hours.
You've not even booked a day off.
I didn't have time. They announced it a week before launch.
Oh shit! Yeah, that's true.
I needed a 2-week notice for my work to put in leave. So,
but also, it's a fair question. Go, you'd be in the same boat as a lot of people. Like, if it comes out at 4 and you get home at like, you know, fucking 6 odd p.m. anyway, would you actually bother of taking the day off if you could have gotten it?
I would have taken like a half day. You know, I would have put in 4.5 hours, whatever, and then I would have gotten home for time to be able to, like, I wouldn't have taken a full day off now. But I would have made sure that I was home and been able to log in so that I didn't have to deal with a queue if there was a queue. The queuing hasn't been terrible in SOD, so I still have that burnt into my brain though. Like, if there's a queue, I need to make sure I'm there a couple hours early to log in.
Yeah,
but I did a couple of pre-quests, and most of them are in STV, so I'll probably park my character in Booty Bay, turn those few quests in, and then I might just immediately check out the Nightmare Incursion event, because at that point, everybody's going to have their dungeon groups established. I'm not going to be able to do that. Like, the questing zones, I would imagine, are just going to be a nightmare. Sorry, I had to do it. So yeah, like I'll probably get to level 50. I want to by Monday. I'm not going to stress it like day one, like one sitting, get to level cap or anything.
In saying that though, like that's a great goal to have, and yeah, I don't like generally advocate for people to push themselves within 24 hours to be at cap, but just keep in mind that with that 50% experience buff sitting right there from the second the gates go up, my mates and I have been talking about it, and like, we will, whether you like it or not, you will trip and fall into level 50 so quickly.
Yeah, and I'm scared for you, Josh, saying that you're gonna do cathedral runs for a while because you have a 5-instance lockout. I would imagine your group is going to be skillful enough to get lockout cap and still have 20, 25 minutes left before your first
Oh,
lockout resets.
you say that, but they've got to deal with me. But no, it's look. In all honesty, I am respectful of the instance cap, but we're not. I don't think we're that sweaty that we're going to be like one pulling the whole dungeon. We're not those guys. You know what I mean? Like we'll still be doing it in about fucking 10 to 11 minutes per run, whatever. Like, and even if we did reach cap, the boys would go, I'm going to go have a smoke for 10 minutes and we just wait.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah, because I've been in that where I've thought like, oh yeah, I'm gonna do this, and then I ran the dungeon way too fast. And I sat there with my thumb up my ass for a while. Like, well, that was a mistake. So I just didn't want you to go down that route and be stuck there. Okay, cool. But yeah, I don't know. I'm just not in that big of a rush this time. But if I was able to take off work, and then I might have also taken Friday off, like half day Thursday, Friday off. I've got Saturdays off anyways. I would have sat there in one session probably and just burnt through up to 50 and then got into STV right away.
Fair enough. We're being reminded, I think this is directed at you, Go. We're being reminded this is a family show. If you could just keep the language in check, please.
Oh, fuck off, whoever the fuck said that. Asshole, bitch, cunt, slut.
Sorry, I'm back, cunt. So I was going to drink.
Okay.
It was Scotty when he was out in the other room. He was texting something, wasn't it? On his alt account.
No. Sorry, cunts. I'm back. No, go, like, seriously, tomorrow night, though, like, because I haven't got any plans. Obviously, you have both said yours. My plan has all along been take it pretty chill. I'll wait till the questing zones die down. A few days later, I'll log on and just follow the blue arrow and just quest. But on the basis you're missing the first couple of hours, Go, tomorrow night, if you when you get in and if you fancy doing some incursions, I'll log on. When you get back from work, I'll log on and we'll go two-man some incursions and see what that's about, and then I'll go back on the Scottejaye.
Which server are you buffheads on?
Oh shit, yeah, that's a good point. You're going to be on the NA servers, or are you doing your EU?
Yeah. I'm doing NA first. So
we won't do anything then.
Yeah, I switched to Crusader Strike NA. We were on Living Flame EU. So
I've started a Crusader Strike tune.
Yeah, I'm
obviously I mainly play on Shadow Strike, the Oceanic PvP server, but I thought now was as good a time as any to. I did start one on day one, but didn't do anything with it. I've always realized I probably should have a character on Crusader Strike just because I've got friends there and obviously a lot of people play there. But I've not really been serious about it until this past week, where I'm like, all right, I probably won't be at cap for a few more weeks, but I've got to get a Crusader Strike character happening. So I've got a rogue up and running. I started a priest, but then I thought, oh fuck, I miss melee too much. I've started a rogue. So are you Alliance or Horde Go?
Horde, absolutely.
Oh, good man. Well, we'll fucking try to link up at some stage. Scotty, do you have a Crusader Strike character?
Well, I do. I'm logging in right now. Spoiler alert, I'm logging in right now and deleting my level 25 Alliance. Oh no, I'm Horde.
Oh,
I'm Horde. No, I'm Horde.
Oh, you're Horde.
Yeah, you should be Horde, yeah.
Yeah, I am Horde. Sorry, I thought I was Alliance on there for some reason.
You had a warrior, right?
Yeah, I've got a warrior, but I'm going to have to create another one from level 1. So I'm going to create my character now. Okay, and for Season of Discovery Phase 3, it looks like I'm going fresh. So what am I going to do?
Got it. We'll have to link up on Crusader Strike at some point. We'll get you some good open world PvP content.
All right, well, in that case, I'll go rogue then. I'm going to go rogue for Phase 3. I'm going to go undead rogue. I'm literally, as we speak, I'm creating it. Undead rogue on Crusader Strike.
I started an undead rogue on Crusader Strike last night. That's the way, mate.
Oh, you've gone rogue. Maybe I'll go priest then.
No, it's all good. Like do what fucking feels good. Rogues are great. We can be the Bash Brothers. Coming out of stealth.
Rogue it is then. All right, yeah, I'm gonna do an undead rogue on Crusader Strike.
All right,
and that's gonna be my Season of Discovery Phase 3 character. I won't even play EU. Done.
Take your time, but we'll link up at some stage in the next few weeks and get together on Crusader Strike.
Sounds good to me.
So did either of you guys hear anything about the level 50 Sunken Temple quest rewards other than you're going to be able to get all of the rewards rather than picking one of the three. Because I thought that they might be like redoing the items completely, but it's got me nervous that it's still going to be a warrior, whatever the healing trinket meta.
The diamond flask. Well,
yeah.
they are. I think they said they are updating. They are updating the items, and my understanding is on top of that, you can have all of them. Which, you know, when you read the blue post on their reasoning, to be honest with you, it makes a lot of sense. Like I know that again, we talked about them kind of. You know, showcasing the vanilla friction at times and the quote unquote fun of the vanilla friction with Season of Discovery in the moments that they choose. But like, there's two reasons they've done this. It's number one, you don't want people feeling bad like they've chosen the wrong thing, and so like you are sort of giving a little, I know it's a weird thing to say because the whole game is giving the leg up to the people that have the knowledge, but you know, to have an irreversible effect to the people that know the game reasonably well and know that if you don't take Diamond Flask, you know, you're a fool, blah, blah, blah. The average gamer is going to pick some of these items that seem cool on first glance, but then turn out to be not so cool. But more importantly, I think what they've actually done behind the scenes is they've also completely alleviated themselves of a shitload of cunts. I've done it again.
A load of cunts.
They've alleviated themselves of a shitload of customer support tickets where people would be like writing into them, flooding them with, oh, I chose this, but I wanted the diamond flask. Can you please do something? And everyone tagging a grand on Twitter being like, can you fucking do something about your game? I picked the wrong item, blah, blah, blah. Because it happens all the time. And I think they've very smartly just gone, we want none of that. So we're not going to let you fuckwits get in the way of yourselves. Here, you can just have everything.
Well, they also got just a load of pushback on the gold cost for that trinket from Black Fathom Deeps. I think it wouldn't have been nearly as bad if it was like a 15, 20 gold cost for that trinket, but making it 75, if that would have like escalated up to, we get to level 60 and then it's like, oh, I picked the wrong quest reward for my druid in Sunken Temple. How can I get the better reward? Oh, it's just going to cost 500 gold. Yeah, I get that they didn't want to do that again and go down that route. So those rewards were never great for druid. If they spiced it up, I would love to see it. But I just didn't think that they said that they were going to spice it up. And I'm also still nervous about Diamond Flask being a thing for warriors. I know they're trying to like give feral druids their catnip and their wolf's head helm enchant and stuff like that so that they can continue to have that sort of play style. But are we really looking forward to seeing warrior healers in phase 4 from their Diamond Flask? I get rid of it, give them some sort of flavor to relive that some other way. But
well, apparently, so apparently they've said they're not updating them. I would be really surprised if that weren't the case. Sorry, I'd be really surprised if that was the case. Like, I really would expect them to update the class quests. Like, without even being told, without confirmation, I would almost say it would be ridiculous not to update them because they're not powerful enough. They're not going to be anywhere near as powerful as even what you can get in Zul'Farrak. So surely they're going to get updated.
I hope so.
Do we know that, Josh? Have you heard it anywhere?
Were all the quest rewards being updated?
Yeah, the class specific Sunken Temple quests. Apparently, they've already said they're not touching them.
I couldn't find you. Oh no, I thought it was the opposite. I couldn't find you the blue text, but my understanding upon release was that they said they were going to look at and tinker with the quest rewards from Sunken Temple. But I mean, I might be wrong, but my understanding was they are getting thrown under the microscope.
That was completely my understanding as well. So if they've come out somewhere and said they're not, that's news to me. But Michael, Michael, it was you said it. I'll call you out. Come on, Michael.
Oh, that's Michael's a long time listener of mine. So if he said it, he surely he knows what he's talking about. Mike, hit us up with a link, mate. If you got one, I've not seen that.
Yeah, no, me neither.
So many links. Yeah, it's hard to parse through all these articles that Wildhead has. So yeah, a link would be appreciated.
Yeah, I'd just like to see, because for me it would just make sense, because like some of the okay, there's a couple of quest items from the level 50 quests that are good, but they're still not going to be good in terms of today. They're good in vanilla, but not good now.
We'll take their word for it. Chaos is backing him up. We'll take their word for it. They're not touching them. There you go. I don't know who incepted it into my brain that they were actually changing them.
I looked through all the data mine stuff, and I looked at the 3 druid items to see if there was like a reworked, updated piece with the same exact name, and there wasn't. So I assumed that they weren't going to update them.
Okay. Yeah. Again, yeah, if it's not been data mined, I've just looked at Diamond Flask. There's only one version of Diamond Flask, whether it's called something else, and it's just a surprise. It would seem very strange to me if they didn't go through some changes. Because
there you go. Everyone's against us in chat. Chat knows what's up.
I'm with him too. All right, you get with him. Get with him. I just want a clarification. Obviously, that's it. Because it would just be, for me, really weird if they didn't. Oh my god, I'm running around Ogrimmar like it's Cataclysm.
Chat's having a fucking revolt. They are disagreeing with each other. I don't know. Who knows? Everyone, you know what? How about this?
I am not agreeing with Michael.
No.
Yeah, I don't know. I just would assume. So it's not that I know. I would just assume that they would make a more, a bit more of a tougher choice between the 3.
All right, here we go. I'm gonna prepare yourselves. I'm
tweet
reading,
from a Grand apparently.
I'm reading through a blue post. There might be a tweet as well. The level 50 class quest from the Temple of Atal-Hakar now grant players all of their loot options rather than a choice of options. There's a developer's note. One common issue with these quests is that some of the rewards could be a bit of a trap to newer or lesser experienced original WoW players, which, Josh, I think you were hitting on that. There are a few trinkets in particular that may not look appealing at first glance, but have a lot of ongoing power or utility. Less experienced players would often pass on those rewards in favor of a more immediate armor upgrade, only to find out later that they made a mistake. Because these quests are now raid quests that oftentimes take the player deep within the new raid, we felt it was appropriate to be a bit generous here to allow players to gain all 3 rewards for their class quest. Please note we did not adjust these rewards at all for Season of Discovery, as most of them are already quite powerful.
Okay, cool.
Okay, there you go. There it is.
But the class quest originally didn't come out in like phase 1 of Classic Era. So it's not like you were doing Molten Core and getting your level 50 Sunken Temple class quest. I think they came out in like phase 3 or something like that originally. So we're getting it a little bit earlier into the phase cadence than we did back in the day.
I mean, it's cool. It's cool that you're getting all 3. But all 3 in some cases are pretty shit.
Yeah, I mean, fuck, straight to the vendor. Good times. But I'd looked through Twitter, Gren's Twitter. I couldn't see anything in relation to it, but that is pretty much the gospel. There you go. They say it with no ambiguous, wording behind it in that blue post.
Yep, works for me. Any more? You want to talk about anything else?
Just can we get a little bit on whether or not you've been enjoying the taste of the drink that apparently tastes like Ricky Gervais's arsehole for the last couple of hours?
Oh, true. Yeah. How much vodka have you had there, Scotty?
I got to be honest. The one that I'm drinking at the moment is pretty vile because I made a really big mistake. What I done was I put my vodka in, and then went out and got ice and put ice in, then came back and put the lemonade in, and then put more vodka in. So I've got like a quadruple. This one's a little bit harsh. But yeah, overall, apple vodka is not that bad.
I'm a big vodka lemonade guy as well, but it's funny because the fucking Americans lose their mind whenever we talk about this, because I'll never ever forget, and it's fair enough with the cultural difference and the lingo, I get it, but like, never forget the first time I went to America and ordered a vodka lemonade at a bar. I was living in South Carolina at the time. You fucking strut up to the bar and go, yeah, g'day, mate, one fucking vodka lemonade, please. And the look the guy gave me was like, what the the fuck are you talking about? I mean, I guess I could make you some lemonade. And I was like, no, fucking Sprite. What are you talking about? Like lemonade. And he's like, oh, Sprite. Like, yes, that's what we call it. I know Americans call lemonade is obviously the au naturel, squeeze the lemons with the sugar lemonade.
Sprite's lemon lime. It's not just
Right.
lemon. So yeah.
The Brits and the Aussies call Sprite lemonade.
Oh my gosh. Is that what you were talking about, Scotty? Because I gave you the same look that Josh probably got. I was like, what do you vodka lemonade? Like, well, I said apple.
Well,
I was like, apple
lemonade.
vodka
So I'm
lemonade.
drinking
What?
Schweppes, which is just lemonade. There's no lime
Yeah,
involved.
same
Mm.
same
It's
thing,
basically
yeah.
Sprite, like Josh is saying. It's basically Sprite.
Schweppes lemonade is exactly the same as Sprite, yeah.
Yeah.
So that
yeah.
I just want to know about your alcohol intake and how you're doing over there, big guy.
Yeah, it's all right. Yeah, it's. I think it's an acquired taste. I've done half a bottle while we've been doing this podcast. It's an acquired taste. I'm a gin drinker.
So
This is the only time I've drunk vodka for probably 4 or 5 years.
So did you wind up giving? That's not Ricky's product. Did you wind up giving Ricky's product a thumbs down in the review?
If it was gin, I'd probably enjoy it more. I'd give it I'd give it a solid 4 out of 10.
A solid 4 out of 10.
Solid 4
okay.
out of 10. Yeah. But
All right.
I'm not a vodka drinker, so like I don't want actual vodka drinkers to take my opinion. If it was gin,
Right.
it would probably be a lot better.
But I mean, you don't like it. It's like saying if someone gave you a glass of literal piss and you didn't enjoy it, and you're like, "Oh, I'm not really into that." But I'm not much of a piss drinker myself, so I can't really say.
If it was walrus piss,
exactly.
it'd be fine.
I wouldn't even be into it that much. If it was the dog, if it was Rocky's, the dog's piss,
Yeah.
I'd give that a crack. But
The
but no,
piss
it's
drinking
not bad.
community with their taste might think differently, but anyway.
Yeah, but that's it.
Well, I mean-
Everyone's taste is different. I mean, I like the proper Australian
Everyone's
lager,
beer.
a bit of Foster's. That was what I was drinking when,
Oh, no.
when we started. I was enjoying some proper taste of Australia, but then,
It's Foster's is no go. I always say, and I tell my stream all the time, like, the greatest trick the devil ever pulled is convincing the world he didn't exist. The greatest lie ever told is that Australians drink Foster's.
yeah, trust me, I know.
It is the most brilliant. Like, people talk about De Beers being the most brilliant marketing move in of all time, which it probably is, but fucking not far behind is Foster's. I can't believe how good their marketing is that they seriously turned it into a thing that the world thinks we drink it like water. And then when visitors come here, they don't understand that every pub and bar you go to nationwide in Australia, if you ask for a Foster's, the more likely response you'll get is, I don't think we even stock it.
Yeah, what is
So-
that?
You got to clear this up for me, Josh. Was this an inside joke? You wearing a Foster's T-shirt during your Phase 3 dev interview skit that you did?
Yeah, it's more like I had that shirt. I don't think it's a funny shirt. I wear it as I lean into like the meme of it, where Australians sort of we see the Foster's logo and laugh, but it's a pretty fucking ordinary beer. Like there's many Australian beers I would drink ahead of it.
All right, let me leave you guys with a question before I go use the bathroom for the first time, unlike Scotty, who's gone like 5 or 6 times.
Well, I've got a very, very small pee bladder. I don't know what you want me to tell you.
So I think Phase 3 is the least information we've got. We've only gotten Blue Post. We did get like a little 20-minute preview, but we had no dev interviews this time, and we had the shortest announcement gap between announcement and launch. Is that a good thing?
Well,
do you think,
I
for
don't
the
know.
style
I
of
don't know if
classic,
I don't know if it's a spoiler, Josh. I don't know. I don't. Maybe I shouldn't say. There was meant to be dev interviews. So spoiler, there was people even lined up for the dev interviews, but then they all fell through at the last minute.
This is the first time hearing of it.
Yeah. I'm not one of them because I
Who told
I
you
didn't
this?
want to do it anyway. I don't want to say anything because I don't know whether I should know or not. So I'm not going to say anything.
I can't tell if you're doing a bit right now. If you're
No,
taking
I'm
a
not.
bit
I'm not.
serious.
No, I'll DM you, Josh. Like I really am. And go knows.
'Cause I've not heard a thing. I normally like. I'm pretty good with Blizz on the PR front for these interviews. Have been for a while now, and I mean, I've not heard from any other. I'm always very skeptical of my fellow creators when they start talking about their dealings with Blizzard. I'm incredibly skeptical. But I reached out to my local PR rep and just got told, "Hey, mate, sorry. Normally we'd love to, but we're just flat out not doing it for phase 3." And I went, "Okay, no worries."
Yeah, so as far as I'm aware, they actually was up until about 3 weeks ago, would be my guess. And there's more, like, I've DM'd you, Josh, exactly who I'm talking about, but I've also got first-hand experience. But I wasn't going to do one anyway. But yeah, I think they was going to happen, but then for some reason got pulled.
Just got canned.
Yeah, I think the phase 2 ones were very. You done a phase 2 one, or was yours phase 1?
I did a phase 1 one. I did a phase 2
and
one.
phase 2.
And
Yeah,
I was going to disagree with Go slightly because I was like, I wouldn't say that we got less information this phase. I think we got about the same amount of information as last time. But like, I understand what he's saying in terms of it feels a little bit less or hollow without the dev interviews. But like, to be blatantly honest, and I say this as someone who does these fucking dev interviews, like they don't add a whole lot of information to the fucking landscape. Let's be honest. It's a lot of it is they are very handcuffed in the answers that they can give, and it's kind of on the interviewer to push them out of their comfort zone a little bit. Like, they don't reveal wild information.
no, but the interviews with Season of Discovery have been particularly frustrating because, like, phase 2, I was literally finished the interview and they were like, oh, like, cheers, you can post that now. I was like, what, like, just edit it now and put it on? I was like, yeah, just put it on straight away. And I was getting DMs from other people that had done interviews saying you weren't meant to put that live. And I'm like, well, I was literally told by them, like, put it live.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Do you know what that was? You're talking about phase 2, right?
Phase 2, yeah. When my interview went out and no one else had done anything yet.
I don't know if I'm partly to blame for this or Blizzard is absolutely to blame, but I had somewhat of a hand in the confusion because my community knew. I told them I recorded mine at the same time that you did, Scotty. I might have even recorded mine like a day or a half a day earlier. And I got told by my local PR rep that there was an embargo. And they go, you've got to sit on this for 4 days. And I go, okay, cool. I know the drill, whatever. Then you published yours. And my community was like, what the fuck's going on? Scotty's got his out, but Josh, you've not released yours. Has Scotty, and I've gone, oh, fuck. Has that cunt Scotty broken embargo the dog? And I was really, really confused. And I was like,
so was I.
Don't tell. Yeah. And so then a Grend DM'd me. And he goes, why haven't you released your interview yet? And before I could reply, I don't know if I can say what he said. I won't say what he said. I've not given anything away. So he did DM me and said, why haven't you released your interview yet? Like, not as aggressively as I'm saying. He was more just inquisitive.
He said, Scotty released his. That's exactly what he said.
And long story short, we worked out that, like, I got told something incorrect in that, like, my PR rep got their wires crossed and said, oh, there is an embargo, when they absolutely had no intention of having an embargo whatsoever. So you got it right, Scotty. And whatever you got told by your PR person was the correct version. And either just me or a few of us other content creators got the bum steer and got told to sit on it when we didn't have to.
Yeah, it was just so weird because I questioned it. I'm so used to, like, we do these interviews and then you sit there for a couple of days, normally at least a couple of days with it there ready to go. And you're like, oh, like, I just want to press go live and you can't do it.
Yeah.
But and then this time, as soon as it finished, they was like, "Yeah, you can post that now." I was like, "What? What? As in like right now? What? As in like now?" They're like, "Yeah." And I was like, "I just want to make doubly sure. Can I put this live now?" You know, I asked so many times, and then they was like, "Yeah." We're like, "What? You're not understanding, you fucking stupid English cunt."
Yeah, 'cause
Well, it's frustrating because sometimes, and there have been instances in the past where I have, and I'm sure you've probably done the same. Actually, I do remember you doing the same, Scotty. You've had a tiff with other creators before. I remember it very well. But like, you know, I've gotten pissy, very pissy at other creators in the past for, you know, breaking fucking embargo dates and shit like that. It does happen sometimes.
Yeah, absolutely. But then you don't want to be seen as that guy. Yeah, you know, so you try to like do what you can, and then when they're saying like, "No, you can do it," and I was sat waiting. I was like, "Wait, I'm pretty sure from when I put the Phase 2 interview on, it was maybe a day or so before you posted yours. It felt like there was quite a gap, you know. So like I'm like looking constantly like, this is weird, man. How has no one else done anything yet? You know, you're just waiting for it.
In phase 1, I was out on a hike and I knew that Scotty had done his and he was waiting to release his until he was able to. And then I saw, Josh, that you were announcing that yours was going to go live. And I reached out to Scotty and I was like, "Hey, man, Josh is saying his is about to go live. Like, you told me a different time, a different date." And I think Scotty reached out to you and like, yeah, this whole like dev interview embargo shit has been, it sounds like a clusterfuck for you guys. Like,
yeah, it is
this whole time throughout side.
It's tough. It's tough for Blizzard as well because like their PR department is not like, you know, they're not sitting in the same room as the classic team. They're completely separate entities. So they can somehow have communication mishaps just happen between them.
And you'll
And
get
then
like,
there's
yeah, exactly. Like you go when you was messaging me with Josh's. I forgot about that. Was that phase 1?
That was phase 1, yeah. 'Cause
Yeah,
phase
yeah.
2, it was fine. Like yours just went live right straight away.
Yeah, so then phase 1, and I would have been like, "Can I post this yet?" And they're like, "No, you can't." So, well, yeah. But then again, then fucking Saf, for example. So he posted his before
Fucking
everybody
Saf.
else in phase 1, didn't he?
Always tough.
With timestamps, with like descriptions of questions.
Yeah, but you know, like you just, I don't know. Yeah, that like they're good. Like I like doing it because I like talking to them. But at the same time, when you actually then watch them all back, you all get the same fucking generic answers.
Well, but that's why it's on us, and that's what I push myself to do. Then, like, Scotty, like, I know that you're not like, you know, we've got very different backgrounds. Like, I'm literally a professional question asker. You know what I mean? But like, just have fun with them. Just stick around with them, and I think that results in a more like fun, like forget about the information so much as just dicking around with these devs, and you'd probably get more out of that's what I'm trying to go for, is like, you know, they're well trained, they're well media trained guys. They're not going to let anything slip that shouldn't be there. So like, rather than push and ask all the questions that, you know, every other creator is asking, just literally just fuck around with them. It's good fun.
Yeah, just see what you get out. Yeah, no, I because I liked your quick fire, you know, where you're like just more or less yes, no. And it's like,
yeah,
this, yes, no, this, like question after question. Like, I really like that in yours.
Hey, it's your interview. Fucking, you do what you want. You push them, you know, make them answer how you want them to answer, and they'll either say yes or no. You know what I mean? Like, I get along really well, I would like to think, with Tim and Agrend, and we've sort of gotten used to the process now, and you know, they listen to my fucking content, so like we've got a little bit of a bond there. So I love, that's why it's a bit of a shame that we didn't get the phase 3 interview, because I just like hanging out with the boys.
Yeah.
But I stepped away to use the bathroom. Did you guys say whether or not you think that was a good thing that there were no interviews for this phase?
No,
phase 3,
I personally think it was a bad thing. Like, I was really excited about the person who submitted his questions. As far as I know, I was really looking forward to his interview, actually.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm all for the interviews. Yeah, but like you guys say, it's usually parroted answers from interview to interview. But if it's different devs doing each interview, that's totally cool. But yeah, when it's one dev doing like 3 of the interviews out of like the 5, then yeah, they're usually saying the same thing. It's like,
My golden rule is don't write down a question to ask them that you fucking know. You know, if I look at a question and I'm like, I'd bet you $1,000 Scotty and Sarth are going to ask that, I don't ask it. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Yeah, it's the best way.
I want, and it's so hard because we don't swap. You know, Scotty and Sarth and I don't swap questions and make sure that we're not, you know, make sure that we're coordinated and not doubling up. So like you kind of have to just do guesswork, and like there's not like a wrong question to ask, but I prefer it when we all do sound different and ask different things. Yeah.
Josh, do you have a different PR department? I know we're getting like well off topic here at this point, but like, is there like an NA, EU, and Oceanic like PR team for Blizzard for Secret Discovery? Or
Blizzard does have an Australian office in Sydney, and I deal with a PR person in Australia. Yeah, which is funny. Whilst I tell you one of my greatest slights, and people can cringe at like he's a content creator bitching about fucking nothing. It was funny when they did, I don't know, Scotty, if you get these kind of invites or whatnot, I'm sure they must do something for you European guys, but like whether it's tough with the travel and everything, but they did a big Wrath of the Lich King classic opening event for all the Aussie creators in Sydney. And they took like 25 Aussie creators out to dinner at a local restaurant, threw on drinks and all this shit and dressed it up in the icy Wrath motif and everything. And I lived in Sydney at the time, and guess who didn't get a fucking invite to that event?
damn.
Yeah, that stung. That really fucking stung, to be honest with you. And I looked at the guest list and I saw the photos, and I was like, I don't fucking know any of these cunts, and I don't know if they can, you know, spell the word classic, let alone, you know, it fucking hurt. It hurt. But anyway, that's just a content creator having a fucking whinge.
Yeah, no, I get invited. I got invited to Germany just before Christmas, and I never go. Just like I'm really weird. Like you say, you're weird. I'm weird. Like that doesn't interest me. I don't care. I don't want to go and network. Like I've done that all my life. You know, like I don't want to go and network with Blizzard. You know, that doesn't interest me at all. But I do. Every few months as Go knows, like me and the boys on the stream, we have a meet up, and we've got one on the 11th of May, you know, where we just get, like, hire out a couple of houses, and we just meet up, and we just go and get shit-faced, go to the casinos, go and, you know, like, we do that, but, like, yeah, I get invites from Blizzard, and I'm not interested. Even, like, TwitchCon, BlizzCon, like, all of those things, none of that really interests me in the slightest, because I'm not bothered about networking.
Same. Yeah, no, I'm the exact same, and you know, I was for years, you know, whether or not it was a thing, like other content creators would be within their rights to think of me as prickly for such a long time, because I had nothing to do with any of you guys for so long. I really was kind of doing my own thing in my own lane. I didn't really collab very much. I wanted nothing to do with it, because I am kind of like, whether it's Blizzard or the content creators, I've traditionally not done the networking thing either. But like I'm fucking absolutely picking up what you're putting down, Scotty. I would much rather, and I've been doing it more lately, and I'm really glad I've been doing it. I would much rather go and have a beer with listeners than I would with, like, you know, on the networking side of things. Like that's just what I enjoy.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I do, mate. Like, trust me, we've got some stories from the guys from the stream. Like, we've had some fucking wild nights. You know, bearing in mind, people that just turn up and I've never ever met before. You know, but then we'll get a couple of houses, or like we'll all book in the same hotel and just go and have a night out. But you know, I want to have fun with it. Like I say, before this, I'd done a very serious job like yourself, and that networking for contacts and that just doesn't interest me anymore. I'll just carry on doing what I need to do, and hopefully it works off my own merit, or it don't.
No.
One or the other.
The next invite you guys get and you decline, send them my way. I would gladly drink a year's worth of WoW subscription on Blizzard's dime. And
There you go. we'll send Go in wearing a mask of you or I, Scotty, to these events.
Yeah, perfect. I'll do it just like I'm an alliance doing a horde in a battleground. You know how they let alliance versus alliance, and you have the little mask, the little Halloween mask. I'd put one of those on.
Or you could just fly over here and come out with us when we go out on the 11th of May. I mean, surely that would be better.
Your announcement of that was worse than Blizzard's. Like, I need 2 months to get a passport, and it's $200 to get a passport, $1,500 USD to get a flight over there. I need some notice on that stuff, man.
Sorry, I didn't know. I just assumed you'd probably have a passport already. I didn't know.
I don't leave my house. What do you? What do I need a passport for?
That's true.
If there's one thing you need to know about Americans, and the stats are there, it blows my mind. It's blown my mind for years. Americans don't fucking have passports, and it is weird.
No, because it's one of those things where it's like once you get it, if you continue to renew it, it's cheaper. But if you let it lapse, then it's a big like payment again. And
like
I had one when I was younger.
Americans don't travel. Americans do not travel the world. It's part of the meme. And I'm not going to get into fucking. I adore Americans. I adore America. I've spent so much time over there. It's ridiculous. But like, you know, we have certain knocks against America, and part of it is like because they don't fucking travel.
I'll tell you something funny, Josh, right? And it's not like, I mean, we did have people like Kohu, shout out to Kohu if you're watching, like he flew over from Denmark and was out with us that weekend, which was before Christmas. But the funniest thing that's ever happened is I put a picture on my Discord, on the Scottejaye Discord. I just put a picture on of us with spoons in the background, the pub that we was in, and we was all drinking, doing shots. And then Racky, fucking love you, man, if you're watching. He literally just turned up and he went, "All right, Scott, I'm part of your Discord." I was like, this is so weird. Not invited, nothing. He was just like, saw the picture on Discord, recognised the pub. I've come by as well. It was like the most amazing, and he was with us all night. Like went out and ate with us, then came back to the house with us and was drinking all night. But like, it was just mental that someone just from Discord was like, I thought this was where you was. Hello.
I think there was one person at BlizzCon, and I don't know who they were, but I did the alpha testing of BFD, the first 3 bosses. I stood in line. I was on a Discord call with Scotty on my phone, and I got in there. I did the test for the first 30 minutes. We had a 30-minute session. I got up from that, and somebody tapped me on the shoulder. They were like, "Are you Go?" And I was like, "Yeah." And they were like, "Yo, dude, thanks so much for your content," and walked away. And I still to this day think somebody paid this guy off. I don't know if it was Bob that was like, "Hey, yeah," but that was the most fucking incredible part of BlizzCon right there. And it happened one time, and maybe it was a good thing that it only happened once, and it wasn't constant Sarth got, everybody coming up to him and saying, "Hey, thanks." But that I would love to go do little PR stuff or
this is how much I hate it. Let me just tell you a real quick story, because it's a shit story, but this shows you how I don't want what you want. I like putting content out, but I don't like them interactions. I was at a place called Bewilderwood, which is it's got fucking climbing tree houses, and it's like an adventure wild park type thing for kids. Me, my brother, my missus, his missus, and obviously our kids. So 4 kids. We went to Bewilderwood for the day. And I needed to go for a piss, and I was walking towards the toilets, and I could hear my own voice. And I was like, what the fuck's going on? And I literally looked at this bloke and his wife. A bloke and his wife sat at a table at the picnic tables in Bewilderwood, and he was watching one of my rap videos. And I literally because I could hear my voice, obviously I'm drawn to it. I looked down at his phone and was like, fucking hell, he's watching me. And I just walked off to the toilet as quickly as possible, and then went back to the wife and was like, go and look at what that guy's watching. And I sent her over to have a look. She was like, go and say hello. I was like, I'm not walking up to some fucking weirdo. Going hi mate, I think you're watching me. Hello. like that was the most random thing that's ever happened since I've
Oh god, what was swapping stories? Right, Scotty, in response to that, I'll tell you and go a story off stream straight after this. That's my wild like story, fucking
Is it that wild?
with,
Is it so wild you can't say it on stream?
I could say it on stream, but you'll figure out why I'm telling you off stream.
Okay.
But then the one I can tell you on stream is just like go on the BlizzCon thing. Not trying to be a wanker and do the one-upsmanship thing, but like I know what that's like when like you're at BlizzCon, and like it is nice when someone comes up and I went to 2 BlizzCons, and like it's when I just started. The show was 6 months and 18 months old when I went. Still on the come up, and like people weren't coming up to me at all, and like I was the fuckwit, and I regret it now. I was the fuckwit wearing the Countdown to Classic t-shirt going, oh, maybe a listener will be here and be like, g'day Josh, how you going? and fucking no one did, right? And that's fine, that's totally fine. But after the Classic presser, one guy comes up and grabs me. This is in 2018, and this lovely short little guy with dark hair comes up to me and goes like, oh, hey, you're Josh from Countdown to Classic. It's the one time in 2 years it happened. And I go, yeah. And I'm like, stoked. This is the first time. Oh my God, someone fucking, here we go. And this guy was so nice. And he shakes my hand. He's like, man, I really, really love your show. I really appreciate the effort you put into it. I listen to every episode. It's fucking great stuff. Keep it up, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, oh, that's great, man. Did you start playing in vanilla? Tell me about your history with the game. And we talked for like 3 or 4 minutes, and he was just a lovely guy and left it at that. And so I fly back to Australia, sort of don't think much of it. And a year later, like just before I go to the next BlizzCon, this guy reaches out, and I find out it was fucking Omar Gonzalez, who, if people follow the game, that's the guy that like the godfather of Classic WoW, the guy that fucking made the game and made the prototype that worked on modern hardware and everything and got the thing going. He was basically like even though Brian Birmingham was the head of the Classic team for the first like 4 years or whatever, Omar was a huge part of it as well, and everyone loves Omar. So it was a fucking, the guy that one of the big impetus behind Classic being a thing and a Blizzard employee. I had no idea. So I thought that was rather funny. He reached out and was like, that was me. And I was like, oh my God, what the fuck? So we got together at the BlizzCon the next year and like, wound up just getting shit-faced. Like, he didn't get that drunk. I got shit-faced. We just drank for 6, 7, 8 hours on the Friday night. And we had a great time with a bunch of people like me, Def Camp, Melder on Ale, drank with Omar all night. And then fucking, I woke up the next day and texted him and said, man, I had a fucking blast last night. Like, on the off chance, you're out and about, we're going to do the same thing again. And he was like, mate, I'll fucking be there. And he literally came back the next night. We started on it early, and like he just drank with us for 8 hours. So we drank with this guy for like fucking 16 hours over 2 days. It was wild. And he was the loveliest guy in the world. And yeah, it was all from that weird, like, sort of him not wanting to give away who he was at that first BlizzCon. It was one of my more favorite stories from the years of doing this whole thing.
Well, not to one up that story, but while I was at BlizzCon, I met somebody.
He sucks off Josh Agron. Josh Greenfield.
I got the it's not focusing, but yeah, it says Jay Greenfield on this business card here, and I got to share a couple of drinks with him.
There you go.
We'll leave it at that. Yeah.
Well, I
he's good for a beer.
I've just gone back, Josh, just for you, and I'm looking at all the podcasts that I listen to. So before I even make content, so I distinctively remember a trip to Cornwall with the family, which is, in traffic during the school holidays. We're talking like a good 11-hour drive. And in December 2018, I would say that I bored my entire family with you. Bearing in mind, it weren't boring for me, but I was listening to you in that entire car trip. Well, it was joint. I'm sorry, I don't want to take it all away from you. It was like listening to some of Cargoz's videos on YouTube back then, and you. But I think you'll be surprised how long I've actually listened to your podcasts. It would have been.
Mate,
I'm going back looking because it shows me when I'm going through, like when I played them. I'm back in July 2018, and I'm still watching. As in, well, listening because I wouldn't have been watching. I was driving. So episode 53 is the last one I can see. Everything majors with North and Inter industry commentary on WoW.
That's a good place to start, actually.
And I would say that was probably around the time. I'd say July 2018 was around the time that I was going to Cornwall with the family, listening to you for 11 hours.
Mate, I'm touched, and it's funny because you again reminded me. I met up with some guildies 2 weeks ago. We got fucking hammered, had a great night. Met up with some guildies, and these are guys who I had just met in SOD. You know what I mean? Like, these aren't guys I've been playing with for years or anything. Just met them randomly in SOD, joined a guild. We all lived in the same local area and said, well, we'd be rude not to go out for a beer. So half a dozen of us did. And really early on in the meetup, I was like, oh, it's lovely to meet you. We first raided together 3 weeks ago or fucking a month ago or whatever. And they were like, well, actually, we've kind of been with you for longer because, mate, we've been listening since episode 1 of Countdown. And I'm like, are you fucking cunt serious? Like, I hear it a lot and it's always very, very touching. So yeah, Countdown has been a thing, which is always nice to hear.
Yeah, but it's awesome because, obviously when, if you're a geek like me, if I'm going on a long drive, you bang a WoW podcast on. But a credit to your podcast, it's been one that has stuck with me for a very long time. And I've never brought it up because I don't want to make things weird, but it was
no. It's if anything, it's not weird at all. It's better. I mean, I'm fucking getting me all misty-eyed here, mate. But no, I'm glad that I think many a person has taken their families hostage with Countdown on long car drives, and I love it. I'm here for it.
Absolutely. Go. Never listen to any of yours though.
Oh yeah, that's fine. Griff left me a while ago, and
I picked up a stray.
I do miss having like druid specific chats every single week. I loved that. So
do you want to do some more druid? We could do some more druid specific stuff if you want to. If you want Griff back. I mean, if you're sick of the abuse, I do understand.
No, we had a 36 week little show there. It was consistent every week, and I'm all about consistency. So I loved having a set day, set time. I knew ahead of time, hey, this is what I'm doing this night, and yeah, it was really fun.
And I used to be there most weeks as well. I'm only winding you up. It's what I like to do. I like to pick on Go when I don't actually mean it. I think everyone knows by now I don't mean it.
I think I remember that one.
The Griff and Go. The Griff and Go show.
Yeah.
Griff and Go. Even I know what it was called.
I've watched, it was too easy, yeah.
But you know what it's like, Scotty? Like, as much as we have our time taken up so much, but by our own thing, I would argue that fucking no one consumes content like content creators. Like, I have watched fucking everything over the last 5 years. You know what I mean? Like, people often throw me a link or go, oh, Josh, I don't know if you've seen this video about, yeah, I fucking saw it. I saw it before you. Like, I watch all of this shit. I don't care if you're a big creator. I don't care if you're a small creator. I watch a fuckload of WoW content and I eat it up. I love it.
I'm weird. As you know, I'm not the opposite. I do with podcasts. I'll watch everyone's podcasts, but I don't watch videos. And the reason I don't watch videos is because I don't like to be. I like to just have stay in my lane and do what I do. Yeah. I don't want to watch someone else's video.
Are you worried that you'll passively or accidentally rip someone off when you don't mean to?
Exactly. I'll see someone's video and I'll be like, that's really good. I'm going to do that. Yeah. And so I'd rather not watch. But podcasts I listen to all the time because they're the best content for me. A good, banging on, the Griff and Go show. Seriously, I'd be sat, doing some research or writing a video or whatever, and I'd have it on in the background because it's it's a conversation. I'm taking in everything they're saying, but at the same time, it's not anything that I'm then going to rip off. I'm not going to go, oh, God, I really like their style. That's good. I'm going to do that. Whereas I would worry if I was watching every content creator, I'd then go off and go, hang on, they're getting 100,000 views on that video. I'm going to do it like them. I don't want to do it like them. I want to do it like me. So like that's the only place where when people say like, "Oh, have you seen this guy's video?" I'm normally like, "No," because I don't watch WoW videos.
Fair enough. No, fair enough. Fair enough.
We did get a couple questions. I asked it in there if you guys are down for a couple more Season of Discovery topics here.
Yeah. Go.
I'm
Yeah.
going to be honest. I'm dying in the ass, but I might make myself a coffee and come back. Give me 2 minutes, guys.
Yeah.
Go for it, man.
So Michael asked, like the biggest positive change that you think a class will have in Phase 3, and if you had asked me that like 2 weeks ago, I think I might have brought it up somewhere sometime that I thought like warlocks and mages were gonna just be destroying Phase 3, and then they kind of nerfed the warlocks with Lake of Fire, so now I'm thinking mage is still gonna be like top DPS, top at minimum top 3, like, but probably top caster at least, because that's my specialty in Phase 3. But tanks, healers, do you have any input on any of that, Scotty?
Well, no, but I do want. Now you said mage, there was something I wanted to bring up earlier, and obviously we've just been talking about so much shit, I forgot. What I found really strange is for mage specifically, but it could be for everyone. With Balefire Bolt, where it does more damage, but then you regen less mana because your spirit's reduced. If you cast it 10 times in 30 seconds, then you die. They said in the preview, you'll get that surprisingly low as a mage. That was what they said. So we're talking a new rune, but you'll get it surprisingly low. Like, does that mean, like, as a mage, when I get to level 50, I might need to go back to the Barrens to get it, or go back to Duskwood, or go back to, you know what I mean? That confused me. That when they said like, well, you'll get this at a surprisingly low level. When, well, I'm going to be in the higher level zones. How the fuck am I going to get it then? Like,
yeah, that is kind of a weird thing. Yeah, because I remember them saying that, and I looked at all of like the druid, what are they, like the rune enchants or whatever they're called, like the little tooltips that say everything that you click on in game, and then it grants you that ability. I looked at all those, and they all say like item level 50 for ours. I just looked up Balefire Bolt. It says item level 50. So I don't know if that's just like a phase thing and it has to have that for some reason.
So Stonks is saying while leveling, early on while leveling. So what? So you mean like 41?
Oh, yeah.
That weren't what I took from it.
Yeah, I took it as like, yeah, you might be able to get it at 25. Your Balefire Bolt.
Yeah,
that's what I thought.
I took it as early on because, well, surely some of these runes we are going to see at 41. There's 6 runes. We've got 10 levels. You would expect that all of these runes, you're going to see one of them at 40, maybe 40. You're literally the first zone you go to. You might see one of these runes. So by early on, I took early on, as in from level, not 1, but, maybe 10.
I don't even know what Balefire Bolt does.
But surely there'll be
that I was just like, eh.
Like it sounds quite interesting. Yeah, well, obviously it does like 10% more damage every cast up until 90%, and then if you cast it once more and you've already got like the debuff, then you die. But I don't know.
2.5 second cast. Okay, all right.
Yeah, I watched it in a dev interview. What dev interview?
Yeah.
There ain't been any.
Like the announcement video, I think that Warcraft put out themselves.
Yeah, and he literally said, "And mages, you'll be surprised you get this one very early." Like, surely you're gonna get like everyone's gonna see a rune at level 41. Like, you would have thought, like you're not gonna get to 50 and then start collecting runes. You're gonna see the runes as you level. That was why I took Balefire Bolt as being like, yeah, you could see this one surprisingly early, as in on a new mage. Maybe I did read into it wrong. I don't know, but that was what I took away.
The same way. So, are you thinking like what class are you thinking is going to shine in Phase 3? I'm not saying like put a tier list together or anything, but like an S tier esque class or spec.
Mate, I honestly, I'd just be fuck it. I mean, I think warrior, if I'm honest, but I don't want to say warrior because everyone's expecting warrior, and then it's like, But yeah, I do think Warrior, especially with like the fucking set bonus giving an extra attack, 5% chance to get an extra attack. I don't know. I think Warrior's gonna be is gonna be particularly strong in the next phase. I don't want it to be. I'm leveling a rogue as we speak. I'm literally sat here leveling a rogue, which I shouldn't be.
Oh,
I
what
should be
level
giving
are you?
I'm smashing it, mate. Am I 96? What am I? Oh no, 3. I'm 3.
I gotta come find you. I'll log on.
Don't kill me.
No. I'm Horde, baby. We're Horde brethren.
I know.
But yeah, like what Stonks is, Josh, you know him as Wonder, and so do I. But he was like, Eclipse being stuck at level 35 was shit in phase 2, and it wouldn't have been as bad, but they completely reworked, like rebalanced the balance spec, and then we kind of relied on Eclipse earlier on than level 35 at that point, and then it hasn't gotten changed to be able to get that earlier on. So yeah, like the runes being able to be acquired earlier is better in my opinion than having it level gated to towards the end of the phase where you can finally get it, because if they rebalance something, it's going to suck not having that like leveling up if the balance changes your rotation like it did for us. The Star Surge nuke, I'm still not over it. I'm sorry.
You still blame me?
I blame Reddit. I never go on Reddit. I finally dabbled in Twitter and X, but Reddit, I will never go to Reddit.
Right.
All right. Anything else
Oh,
from you,
dear.
gents, for Season of Discovery?
Yeah, so I was just looking at the hotfix that just went out. Fixed an issue with the Spirit of Zandalar buff given out by turning in a Heart of Hakkar quest not being granted to players in Booty Bay.
Spirit of Zandalar buff.
Yeah, is that not the
Is
Sunken
that
Temple buff?
Is that an era?
Well, no, it says Season of Discovery. That was why I was confused. I'm reading it. I'm like,
No,
what?
Spirit of Zandalar is the ZG buff, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's apparently just been hotfixed, so it now works in Booty Bay as well on Season of Discovery. Literally in the last like 30 seconds.
I don't know what's going on.
Is that just like a tooltip error in a blue post where it's supposed to be classic era, not Season of Discovery?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I've got nothing else, though. I've got nothing else other than the fact I'm really hungry and I'm going to go and eat.
Yeah, I got nothing either.
It was a good talk, though. I really enjoyed this, guys. I know we went off on many, many, many tangents. And, 1 minute we're talking about Baltimore Bridge. The next minute we're talking about Taiwanese earthquakes. But I do feel like it's been really good. Sorry, go.
I had a blast. Thanks so much for having me, guys. I know I kind of like, I'm that guy when you invite yourself on the podcast, but I thought I did, like you were saying, Scotty, like I thought, you know what? It's been a while since Scotty and I talked. I fucking love this guy. Let's do something.
Mate, honestly, I want you to come on. Let's say you're playing a little bit of the Scottejaye, aren't you? Like, I know you was waiting for the 80 character copy.
I played all of like 3 hours.
Okay,
yeah.
well, get a few more hours in, and then once there's a big hot fix, let's get you on for the Cata podcast. Because it'll be great
Right,
anyway. But because from a fresh pair of eyes on it, rather than me seeing it through rose tinted goggles and go being like newly turned.
Yeah, no, I'm happy to come back soon and talk some Cata.
Yeah, fucking sounds brilliant. All right, well, look, Josh, I've got all of your, well, I say all of your socials. I'll put your YouTube channel, I'll put your Spotify, and I'll put your Apple like podcast.
Grab the big one. I think at the moment is the Twitch, because I'm back on Twitch after like a year and a half away. So for everyone listening, I will be streaming the living fuck out of Phase 3 from launch. So Countdown Pods is where you find me on Twitch. That's basically where to have a look. And then, as always, just search for Countdown to Classic wherever you get podcasts, and that's the show.
I have just followed Countdown Pods, and I will put that in the description of the video as well.
Oh, thanks, mate.
Cool. Go. Have you got anything to say?
No, Josh, thanks, mate, for joining us. I love anytime I can throw that word "mate" in there in my
Oh, you did
speech.
it seamlessly as well. It's fantastic.
Yeah, I've been working on it. It took me a while to even get the word "brother" to come out properly. I fought as hard as I could against saying that, but I finally
There is an art
caved.
form. There's an art form to, as a foreigner, like seamlessly weaving in a mate in your sentence, and a lot of people
Yeah.
struggle with it. You fucking nailed it.
I've been really trying. Like Scotty's helped me out unintentionally. Like I just listened to him and he's like, "Oh, thanks for the follow, mate." And I'm like, "Oh, okay, I can do that. I think I can. I can pick up where to throw that in there." So
Cheers,
yeah,
mate.
Josh. Yeah, thanks again for coming on, man. It was brilliant
My
having
pleasure,
you here.
mate.
And
No.
My pleasure.
brilliant. I'm throwing them all out there. Like brilliant. That's another one. I can do this all night.
Brilliant, mate. Yeah, no, that's good. Yeah, Josh, obviously always a pleasure. Again, I really do hope you come on soon. Go. It's always, well, sort of
Yep.
a
Moving
chore,
on. Yep.
you know, yeah. It's always nice now and again to speak to you, I suppose. And everyone in chat, I mean, biggest pleasure of all, getting to speak to all you guys. So thank you. Ashley, thank you for the super chat as well. Thanks for the show, gentlemen. Obviously, more than welcome. I'm just glad you enjoyed listening to the ramblings of three madmen. I mean, which is what it sort of ended up as. And we'll see you. I was about to say see you on the
Saturday?
next one.
Yeah.
Do you want to say something? Go.
Well, no, I was going to lead it to you. I was going to steal it away and then bring it right back to you. Is there plans for Saturday? Because that's our probably next Kata episode. So what do we have planned for Saturday? Any spoilers?
Saturday Kata podcast. We've done Druid. I think we should move on to another class.
We could do part 3 Druid. That'll be fine.
No, because I was considering doing a more sort of generic beta update type podcast where we talk about the beta. But no, I think we should go on to Paladin. We're going to do a Paladin overview, and if I can get the guy who I want, then we should be on for a good one.
Sounds good. See you all Saturday, probably 6 p.m. Eastern, just the same time as this one usually starts on Wednesday.